Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, amen. Namaste.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I have received communication from Mr. Rushton Parry, MP, member for Miaro, who has requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the member seeks is granted.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Paper number 1, the Securities Collective Investment Schemes Bylaws 2023. Paper number 2, the report of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago with respect to the progress of the proposals to restructure CLICO, BAT, and CIB for the quarter ended December 31st, 2022. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that paper number 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that paper 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay paper number 3, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Committees.
Member for Tunapuna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present paper number 1, the 5th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration on an inquiry into the state's capacity to provide support for victims of domestic violence and family conflicts, with specific focus on the availability of support mechanisms during the COVID-19 pandemic. 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Port of Spain South.
I have the honor to present the 5th report of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs on an inquiry into the implementation of a regulatory framework for the development of financial technology, fintech, and e-payments, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament.
Prime Minister's questions.
Member for Naparima.
Madam Speaker, to the Prime Minister, given that the U.S. Department of State 2022 country reports on the human rights practices noted an unacceptable number of unlawful killings by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service due to the slow pace of the judicial process, will the Prime Minister indicate what new initiatives are contemplated to deal with this extremely grave accusation?
Madam Speaker, this question is quite misleading because it refers to unlawful killings without determining that in defense of themselves and the public and facing armed gangs or armed individuals, the police officers may from time to time carry out actions which would result in killings. Those killings are not unlawful. If the member is referring to extrajudicial killings, meaning that persons dying without a process going through a judicial system, that's another story. And of course, I don't know that there's any accusation where police officers are defending themselves against handguns, assault weapons, and other offensive weapons, and killings occur, Madam Speaker, they are not automatically unlawful. And therefore, the member is misrepresenting our situation. And we do have significant state infrastructure to investigate and to take action where unlawful killings occur.
Member for Naparima.
Would the Prime Minister not agree that in the interest of those police officers that are doing their duties and defending themselves, that an increased use of body cameras would assist police officers in being not wrongfully accused of extrajudicial killings?
Prime Minister.
I'm looking for that in the question, Madam. I'm not seeing it because I don't know. No one is taking any issue with that. That is only one aspect of the operation of the police service, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, through its commissioner, has made extensive explanations as to who is authorized to use, who is outfitted with cameras and so on, and that's part of normal police operations in 2023.
Member for Naparima.
Would the Prime Minister, his government, not give consideration to increasing the investigative and prosecutorial powers of the Police Complaints Authority, given these accusations?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, we don't operate by VAPs. These matters, if they are required to be reviewed, they are being reviewed or they will be reviewed. In talking about extrajudicial killings, the police service has made public statements as to the conditions under which police officers operate and use force. And when that occurs, Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has arrangements for determining, and that includes the use of body cameras, and it also includes the investigative work of the PCA.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given that 3 senior Air Guard pilots have reportedly resigned due to alleged significant management and operational issues, as well as the inexplicable removal of key crime detection equipment within the Air Guard, will the Prime Minister state what immediate steps are being taken to ensure that our aerial defense capabilities are fully operational?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I presume that this question comes from an article, and the article referring to the resignation of 3 senior Air Guard pilots dated the 5th of February 2023 in the Trinidad Guardian was not factual. These pilots are actually contracted civilian pilots. 1 pilot resigned and 2 other pilots remain operational with the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard. The Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard is unaware of the removal of any crime reduction equipment at the Air Guard.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given that this country hosted a regional anti-slavery forum in early February, will the Prime Minister indicate whether our National Reparations Committee is fully constituted, funded, and functioning to give effect to our national policy on reparations?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, as far as I'm aware, the government appointed a reparation committee. It's functional, and whether it is fully funded, that is subjective, and being functional, I presume, Madam Speaker, that it's properly constituted.
Member for Naprima.
Could the Prime Minister indicate who are the members of the National Reparations Committee?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I couldn't recall offhand all of them, but if the member files appropriate notice, I'll let him know. That's been a long time since I've had any interaction with them, so I couldn't say offhand.
Member for Naprima.
Prime Minister indicate briefly what is our policy, the government's policy on reparations.
Madam Speaker, the policy is that we make the claims, and we are doing so through CARICOM. There's a, excuse me, there's an active response through CARICOM, and Trinidad and Tobago participates in that, and we follow the guidance from the CARICOM on this matter. And we do have our own National Reparations Committee, and we expect that that is effective and sufficient at this time.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Prime Minister, given the interconnectivity of the global financial system and the potential for financial contagion, will the Prime Minister advise what is the state's exposure, both directly and indirectly, as a result of the Union Bank of Switzerland's bailout of Credit Suisse?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has not been adversely affected by the recent difficulties faced by Credit Suisse. This is because the government did not have any deposits with Credit Suisse that were threatened by that situation. Credit Suisse has arranged bond financing for the government and recently for Heritage Petroleum, but these are not affected since we are not depositors of Credit Suisse.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Prime Minister, in light of the lead up to the Credit Suisse failing value in its shareholding over the weekend, where we had the Swiss commercial bank depositing or injecting 68 million US last week, and then the weekend we had the bailout by UBS. Does the Prime Minister or does the government have any concerns that any management that may be taking place by Credit Suisse, whether we should be taking any steps to ensure that whatever portfolios they are managing, that it is being done properly?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we are not, and I don't expect that we will, be interfering with the managers of our portfolio in the HSF, largely because the amount of our exposure to Credit Suisse is very small, and it would be handled by the managers in the normal way. And secondly, the threat and the nervousness of the difficulty faced by Credit Suisse have been considerably ameliorated or removed by the purchase of Credit Suisse by UBS. And that has stabilized the market, and we therefore have no real reason to want to talk to our managers about how they handle our small Credit Suisse portfolio.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, there is a latest development where the U.S. Department of State, they are now investigating both UBS and Credit Suisse officials in terms of potentially evading U.S. sanctions. If the Prime Minister, are you aware of this? And if so, would that also cause any cause for concern with our involvement with Credit Suisse?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the television news is pretty up-to-date and pretty continuous. So, we have a small exposure, I just said. It is not sufficient to want to take it in the context of anything major beyond the common day-to-day operation of the managers of our portfolio. And what the member just mentioned there is not something that attracts the attention of the government of Trinidad and Tobago to interfere in the portfolio and its management.
Okay. So, member for Chaguanas West, in light of the question and the supplemental question, are you still proceeding on question 5?
My colleague, Madam Speaker.
Yes? Are you still proceeding with question 5?
The response of, I think in light of the response of the Prime Minister to the questions raised, I wish to hereby withdraw the question.
Thank you. And therefore now I'm at Chaguanas West. Question 6.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there is, I don't wish to continue with 6.
Thank you very much. Member for Chaguanas West. Question 7.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Honorable Prime Minister, given that the 2020 Financial System Stability Assessment Report made several recommendations to improve the resilience of our financial system to shocks and contagion, will the Prime Minister state if the government and the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago have adopted and or implemented any of these recommendations?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago is actively engaged in adopting and or implementing the recommendations of the 2020 Financial Stability Assessment Report. In addition, the IMF recently stated in its 2023 Article 4 consultation concluding statement that our financial system appears sound and resilient, although there are issues that require monitoring, and the IMF welcomed the progress being made by the authorities towards enhancing the resilience of the banking and insurance sectors in line with the recommendations of the said 2020 Financial System Stability Assessment Report.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Prime Minister, would you be in a position to share any of the recommendations or adoption of recommendations tailored specifically with treating with any capital flight between Trinidad and the U.S.?
I'm sure, Madam Speaker, that the member knows that if he wants that kind of information, he can file a question to the Minister of Finance, who will certainly accommodate him with appropriate notice.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, given the importance and relevance of the National Cycling Velodrome and the National Aquatic Center to the cycling and swimming fraternities respectively and the nation, will the Prime Minister inform this House if both entities have been indefinitely closed?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, there is no question of these facilities being indefinitely closed. As a matter of fact, they're not even closed. Recently, there were some issues on a couple of days with the supply of water, and out of an abundance of caution, for 2 or 3 days, the facilities were closed until the supply had been regularized. The facilities were closed temporarily for 48 hours, but has since been reopened. Madam Speaker, this was simply as a result of some water supply issues, and that is now no longer so, and therefore there's no question of the facilities being closed indefinitely.
Member for Couva South.
So, Prime Minister, are you telling this House that the media release that was issued by the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago in relation to both entities being closed indefinitely was not a valid media release that was issued?
Sir?
Madam Speaker, I know of no media release, and I don't trust what the member is telling me. I know there was a sign up saying that the place had been closed, and that was done as soon as there was the issue requiring the cautionary action. The place was not closed indefinitely, and I have been in touch with the spokespersons from the sport company within the last hour, and what I've just given the members and this House is the latest information. It has been reopened since Wednesday the 21st. I suspect the member hasn't been to his constituency with his eyes open since then, but I can tell him, since the 21st, the place has been open.
Member for Couva South.
Prime Minister, based on the fact that you informed the House that this or both facilities was closed as a result of inconsistent water supply or the lack of a water supply in the area of Balmain, are you in a position to tell this House if that part of the constituency of Couva South has had a full restoration of its water supply?
So, member for Couva South, I rule that question out of order. Member for Orpooch East.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Will the Prime Minister indicate the proposed cost to the people of Trinidad and Tobago associated with the government's decision to join an appeal by the Mexican government over the failed lawsuit involving gun manufacturers in the United States?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, our association with the Mexicans in pursuing this matter at this time has no cost attached to it. It's more of a diplomatic attachment where we are supporting Mexico's actions in the United States courts. As a sovereign nation, we are making our voices heard, and we are standing alongside another sovereign nation that is having the same problem that we have. And it is our benefit that Mexico is doing this, because we all have the same problem. I do not know if in the future we will be required to make any contributions, but at this time we are not required to.
For Orpooch East. Member for Orpooch East.
Thank you very much. Will the Prime Minister identify the lawyer or legal firm that will represent the interests of Trinidad and Tobago in this matter?
Prime Minister.
No, Madam Speaker, we don't have a lawyer representing us. It has been done through our diplomatic channels, and there's no lawyer representing us at this time.
Member for Orpooch East.
Prime Minister, are you confirming that at this time you have neither the cost nor the lawyer that will represent Trinidad and Tobago in a matter like this? In the United States Appeal Court.
Madam Speaker, I have said in English, our association with this matter is largely diplomatic, supporting Mexico, who is leading with a matter which is in appeal. So therefore, I don't know what difficulty the member is having about lawyer and cost. At this time, that does not arise. The matter is being dealt with but through our foreign ministry as a diplomatic matter, providing diplomatic support. And if it comes to a point where we are required to make other adjustments, then so be it. But at this point in time, our association is not requiring a lawyer and is not carrying a cost.
Member for Orpooch East.
Madam Speaker, is the Prime Minister where this matter will be heard not at the United Nations Assembly, but in a court of law, where you are required as an interested party to have legal representation? Are you aware of that?
Well, at that stage, if we then have to step into the court of law, then we take all necessary actions, Madam Speaker.
You are already in the court.
In which case you are presumed.
Final.
Yes, it is the final.
Final supplement.
Final.
Yes. Prime Minister, in light of your responses to this matter so far, could you assure this country that we will not be represented by the current Attorney General, who will not make any deposition in this matter at an American court again?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Urgent questions.
Okay, Shalana.
Questions.
Member for Orpooch East.
Very much. Madam Speaker, to the Attorney General. Yes. Will the Attorney General provide this House with an update of his highly publicized meeting with the Director of Public Prosecutions on the ongoing dispute over the issue of resources and performance of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions?
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There is no ongoing dispute with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. with respect to the issue of resources and performance of the Office of the Director. My meeting with the Director held on Wednesday, the 15th of March at my office discussed a number of matters relevant to the respective mandates of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs and the Director of Public Prosecutions Office, and my office's support for the independent remit of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. At the end of a fruitful meeting, the Director and myself agreed then that the subject of our discussions will not be conducted in the public domain. Those discussions are not concluded.
Member for Oropouche, please.
Mr. Attorney General, in light of the fact that the taxpayer, the public, pays the $600,000 monthly rental for that building at Park and Henry Street, could you indicate whether the DPP's office or any government office will be established at that property in the foreseeable future?
Attorney General.
May I repeat the last part of the answer just given? At the end of a fruitful meeting, the Director and myself agreed then that the subject of our discussions will not be conducted in the public domain.
Member for Oropouche.
Madam Speaker, to the Attorney General, are you saying on behalf of the DPP that matters like these ought not to you ought not to inform the public as to a matter involving the rental of accommodation for $21 million ought not to be discussed in the public, and the public ought not to know the details of such a matter? Is that your response?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My response is in two parts. The discussions are not concluded, and secondly, I do not purport now or hereafter to speak on behalf of the Director.
Business, private members' business, motion.
Member for Chaguanas East. Members. Member for Naparima. Member for Couva South. The Prime Minister and other members on this side. The member who has my audience now is the member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is the responsibility of the government to ensure the well-being of its citizens by facilitating a decent standard of living and quality of life, and whereas the impending increase in utility rates and the imminent imposition of property taxes will further escalate the cost of living and the inflation rate, and whereas the consistent increases in fuel prices have further negatively impacted the cost of living, and whereas this government has failed to take proactive measures to cushion the economic fallouts brought about by the escalating prices of essential goods and services, be it resolved that this House call on the government to outline its short, medium, and long-term strategies to systematically reduce the escalating and uncontrollable increase in the price of essential goods and services accessed by the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And be it further resolved that this House call on the government to take the necessary urgent action to immediately remedy the negative effects upon those living below the poverty line. Madam Speaker, the decision to file this motion was driven by extreme suffering, frustration, and hopelessness. Madam Speaker, some people seated on the opposing benches, as you can see, have the opinion that their practices, or let's say modus operandi, are shared or comparable by all political office holders. Madam Speaker, when a motion or other issue is brought up on behalf of the general public, those opposite typically respond with phrases like, "We are playing politics, you are playing politics, you're politicizing the issue, you are trying to score political points." In other words, Madam Speaker, they mock, belittle, and literally minimize the legitimate and real complaints, the real experiences and circumstances that the general public faces in this country. Madam Speaker, the filing of this motion was born out of sheer pain, was born out of frustration, was born out of despair, Madam Speaker. You see, Madam, some on the opposite benches are of the belief that their methods is shared or similar to everyone that assumes political office. In other words, Madam Speaker, they trivialize, they demean, and literally pour scorn on legitimate and real grievances, experiences, situations faced by the public at large. Yet I want to counter such critics up front, Madam Speaker, by stating that political representation happens when individuals such as myself speak and fight on behalf of others in the political sphere. Madam Speaker, that is what Shogunas East sent me in this house to do. And I will continue to remind as long as I am in here that I offered myself to the constituents of Shogunas East to represent their interests, to represent their concerns, and to represent their problems. And most of all, to be their long-lasting friend. I asked them to be their advocate, Madam Speaker, and they responded by sending me to the House of Representatives. And I repeat, representatives. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I can assure you as well, Madam Speaker, that this is one MP who does not intend to deviate from my elected responsibility. And that is to represent my constituents and by extension, the country of Trinidad and Tobago without fear or favor. Madam Speaker, in addition to being represented in my motion, recent headlines that have blasted the nation with information on growing food prices in Trinidad and Tobago include the following, and I would like to share some of those with you. Madam Speaker, headlines such as 2022 closes off with record high food prices / shortages. Headlines such as food prices increased by 9.7% in 2 years. Headlines such as Chamber Head urges government to control surging food prices. Madam Speaker, headlines such as no ease, food prices expected to remain high. And headlines such as Teachers save the day for hungry students. Madam Speaker, the motion's first paragraph, paragraph 1, discusses the responsibility of the government, or more generally, what is its only or overriding goal. Madam Speaker, their method makes it clear that they are disengaged. Madam Speaker, let me enunciate on what are their duties, just like any other government globally. Their duties are to provide the parameters for everyday behavior of citizens. Duties are to protect them from outside interference, both domestically and externally. And Madam Speaker, I want us all to listen to this one carefully. Yes, of course, citizens must play their part, but it is the duty of the government to provide for their happiness and their well-being. Madam Speaker, at this given moment, can any of us in this chamber honestly believe we are happy in this country? Can we honestly believe that we are happy in this country when single mothers cannot purchase baby formula because of skyrocketing prices? Madam Speaker, can we honestly believe that we are happy in this country when most children are attending school without proper nutritional support or school supplies? Madam Speaker, can we honestly believe we are happy in this country when pensioners cannot partake of a nutritionally sound meal? Madam Speaker, can we believe we are happy when families are constantly facing threats of eviction due to their inability to meet rental payments? Madam Speaker, can we believe we are happy in this country when the old and infirmed cannot purchase much-needed medical supplies nor consume dietary requisite meals as dictated by their health providers? Madam Speaker, can we believe we are happy? Those who believe that this motion seeks to trivialize and politicize the terrible living standards that currently obtains in this country, I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to share with you some of the daily experiences faced by citizens. Because if we do not believe us as the opposition, when we hear it from the people themselves, we have no choice but to believe it. Madam Speaker, so if you don't believe us, hear the people. And I refer to an Express article headlined, "Public Laments Madness Over Cost of Living." And I quote, "At the San Juan market, vendor Roger Jagoin said, 'What about poor people? It costs about $100 to make a pot of callaloo. People can't afford a whole cabbage at $30. I have to cut a cabbage in 4 pieces and sell it at $12 a piece. People come to the market and they don't know how to spend their money. They have to cut and cut to make ends meet.'" And I quote again, "I wonder if Imbert knows how poor people are suffering." Madam Speaker.
Member, we refer to members in this House either by their portfolio or the constituency. I remind members, when you quote, you adopt the language of so. While you're quoting, you will have to adjust to meet the requirements of the standing order. So I'll ask you to withdraw that and say it in the way that is acceptable according to our standing order.
Sure, Madam Speaker, and I withdraw, and I'll say it in the appropriate way. And I quote, I wonder if, and they refer to the honorable member, the honorable Minister of Finance, Imbert, knows how poor people are suffering. Madam Speaker, Aruka resident Ian Macaulay, 67, added, I don't have any small children, but I have to help my grandchildren. When I go to the grocery, I am appalled at the increase in food prices. I wonder how people with 2 and 3 children are making out. Shaking his head, he added, during the 70s, the PNM said they had enough money to give everybody $1 million. Look at how people take our money to Panama. Now we have to suffer. Trinidad used to be a paradise. It's terrible. Madam Speaker, those are the voices of the people of this country. Madam Speaker, I strongly advise those opposite who disagree to read this original article, since regardless of how they may interpret the terminology, the people have expressed their views there. Madam Speaker, they have also sent a loud and clear message that starting from the local government election, honorable members of the government bench, the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister would feel the brunt of their anger and discontent. Madam Speaker, as I close on the opening paragraph 1, I want to refer to the debilitating effects on the well-being of the citizens of the country. And I want to refer to a piece by Dr. Margaret Naked Chatur, who spoke on increased cost of living and the effect on mental well-being rather. And Madam Speaker, she's a psychologist, educator, and team lead. And what she said made a lot of sense and actually speaks to the reality of what our citizens are facing in this country. And she said, not all of us can swipe a card easily. Reality, Madam Speaker. Not all of us can swipe a card easily at the supermarket to pay for groceries. Because in reality, Madam Speaker, some of us are checking by the counter and we have to put back on the shelves. Madam Speaker, she said, not all of us are able to put three square meals on the table to feed our families on a daily basis. Further, Madam Speaker, she stated, many job losses and pay cuts in salaries for men and women who have had to make major adjustments to their lifestyles and minimize their eating choices and expenses. What may seem like no big thing for some has become a constant worry, shame, and embarrassment for many. When the money is gone and the month has just begun, Madam Speaker, the reality of what is facing our citizens. Some citizens at the beginning of the month, the first week, their salary is done. It's finished. They can't see it. She also stated, when the money is gone and when the cost of living rise faster than our wages, more people will experience financial difficulties, and money worries will, of course, impact mental health in a serious and debilitating way. Madam Speaker, this is the reality. And then we ask ourselves, why domestic violence? Why child abuse? Madam Speaker, this is the reality. Unlike some, Madam Speaker, who claim that we should be riding bicycle. Madam Speaker, unlike some who claim we should be riding bicycle and who the public notices filling luxurious automobile in Santa Cruz, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, When this piece by Dr. Chatur is summarized, it clearly demonstrates that everyone in the society is suffering from burnout arising from the emptying and, let's say, the diminishing of all of our pockets, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now proceed to paragraph 2 of my motion, which focuses on the effects of the planned increase in utility rates, including electricity. Or, Madam Speaker, as an elderly woman who was crying and shaking recently in my office and asked me, just like this, she asked me, Madam Speaker, girl, how I gonna make out when the current bill go up? And Madam Speaker, that's just the reality of many persons. Those are the questions many persons are asking in this country. Madam Speaker, you are not prepared for this kind of gut-wrenching experience. But when it comes to standing up for others, you have no choice but to persevere, Madam Speaker. And we on this side will continue to stand up for these people who are our citizens. Madam Speaker, I want to share a thought with you. It is not a task. It is not an easy task, rather, to listen to aged and poor people when they are betrayed by the system and you are helpless to provide support and solutions to their plight. It is a real challenge to deal with what I describe as helplessness. Madam Speaker, the RIC proposes an increase of 15% to 64% for residential customers, depending on your consumption rate. However, before I delve further, Madam Speaker, apart from diminishing your pockets, they will have to pay more for goods and services. They compound this with pure deceit by advocating.
I'll ask you to kindly withdraw that word.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw that word. But Madam Speaker, and I say it in another way, they compound this with a feeling of these citizens wanting to know, where do I move next? How are these people treating me this way? By advocating a monthly billing versus the existing bi-monthly billing. Madam Speaker, this is the telltale sign of a swindle. This is a sign of...
I ask you to withdraw that word.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw that word, and I say, this is a telltale sign of a hoodwinking act committed against society. And Madam Speaker, this is an obvious attempt to disarm a population that is already bruised and confused into thinking that a monthly billing does not necessarily mean higher charges. Madam Speaker, let's be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves as representatives. Let us put ourselves in the feet of our citizens, in the shoes of our citizens, sorry. Let's be honest. If you have to pay increases, 1 month billing or 2 month billing won't protect you from them. So why are we treating our citizens this way? Why this treatment towards our population that is already in ruins, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, let me for argument's sake surmise that commercial and industrial operators are in a position to absorb this increase, despite fully aware that such increases will ultimately be passed on to the customers of their product and services, so therefore they are not in a loss-loss situation. Let us for argument's sake say that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter are, residents, households, and families are already overburdened with increased cost of living. Therefore, Madam Speaker, electricity rate increase will only bring greater hardship to an already crippled society. Madam Speaker, my colleagues will expand and articulate the true and real impact of this phenomenon on utility rates. However, Madam Speaker, the implantations of this particular hike are all articulated in an article. And I want to refer a bit to the words of the Chief Executive Officer of NFM, National Flour Mills. And this article expressed as February 6, 2023, headlined, "If electricity goes up, flour may follow," Madam Speaker. Consumers, and I quote, consumers could find themselves paying higher prices for flour, for cooking oil, and even animal feed due to the proposed increase in electricity prices. Madam Speaker, the CEO of National Flour Mills, Ian Mitchell, told the Express that the majority state-owned company ran some numbers and the proposed rate hike will have a significant impact on its costs. It is going to be quite significant. The question is going to be, can we absorb it? And that is the question on everyone's mind in this country. Madam Speaker, already we have started looking at what the approach should be to allow us to mitigate and absorb those costs without passing them on, said Mitchell. Madam Speaker, the government's, I now move to property tax. Madam Speaker, the government's decision to introduce the property tax in the midst of an almost destroyed economy, in the midst of rampant unemployment and astronomical poverty reaching historical levels, is clearly the manifestation of a regime's desperation to raise revenue despite the consequences and hardship on the citizenry. Madam Speaker, I want to deal a little bit again with reality throughout, and I will do so throughout my presentation. Madam, there are persons living in houses to which at this very moment they can barely pay their mortgage. And I'm sure every MP sitting in this house face constituents on their office days who are facing these types of problems. Madam Speaker, imagine with no assistance from the government, someone who is left a house by their parents, who over an inordinate number of years, block by block. And we know how things go. 1 pallet this month, 2 pallets next 2 months, and that's how persons bill when we say block by block. With the help of family and friends, would have constructed a home. Madam Speaker, the government, which did not help at all, is now demanding your property tax. Madam Speaker, we on this side ask, where is the fairness? Where is the equity? Where is the justification for this heartless imposition of this property tax, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the audacity of the government demanding income from your asset. Madam Speaker, remember when I coined the phrase in this house? I'm sure you would remember this. I used it a couple times in a few presentations, where I stated, people in this country are becoming income poor and facing asset risk. And I stand by that. Nothing better describes this current situation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, property tax would only serve to further destabilize the economy at this time and also place additional increases in the cost of living in already depressed circumstances. Madam Speaker, this imposition would further contribute to increased unemployment levels and continued reduced business activities. Madam Speaker, my colleagues would expand on this dagger called property tax, which has been stuck in the heart of the population simply because they scrimped and saved to acquire a house, and now they are punished for their thriftiness. Madam Speaker, all in all, the government wants you to be exposed to elements. Rain must wet you and sun must burn you. Then they will sit back and advise you to ride a bicycle, use a coal pot, and eat macaroni pie less often, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, imagine that. This regime even attacks what is considered a staple in our Sunday lunch. Even our food culture is under threat, not just our standard of living. Madam Speaker, I ask, how do they sleep at night, knowing the immense pain and suffering that they have imposed on this fragile population through their inefficiencies, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, since this government assumed office, they have a fixation on increasing fuel prices. You see, Madam Speaker, their solution to financial management is to tax, and increase fuel prices. Madam Speaker, let me look at what they have done since assuming office relative to the prices for super gasoline, which is a fuel normally used by the average citizen. And I want to refer to a piece by Jason Alexander in June 2022. And the history of these prices, Madam Speaker, and I state, October 5th, 2015, super gasoline, TT, $3.11 per liter. April 8, 2016, TT, $3.58 per liter. October 2017, TT $3.97 per liter. October 1st, 2018, TT $4.97 per liter. And April 19, 2022, TT $5.97 per liter. Madam Speaker, everybody knows that increases in the cost of transportation via fuel hikes will ultimately result in the increased cost of living. Every first-term economic or management student knows this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to look back a little at the father of the PNM, Dr. Eric Williams. Madam Speaker, when he conceptualized the fuel subsidy, he saw it as an equalizing tool, wherein this initiative, allowing for every citizen to at least benefit from the energy windfall via fuel or electricity. Madam Speaker, whilst not the greatest mechanism for sharing the national pie, people at least got the crumb of the crumbs. But the current regime is so callous that they won't even allow the poor that bit of support or even the crumb, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it boils down to this government has totally disregarded the blood, the sweat, the tears and efforts of the poor and vulnerable in this country. It boils down to where they have totally condemned the poor and vulnerable to further misery with a colossal albatross, an oversized burden on their backs, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, despite all these influencing and deleterious factors which are further occasioning economic harm to the population, this regime continues to meander along creating blunder after blunder, which the already burdened society will inevitably have to ultimately foot the bill. And I just say this, watch out for Nelson Gate. And I move on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when they speak they will advance that they have removed VAT. They have removed value-added tax on some food items, given a one-off fuel grant to pensioners. They would say that, Madam Speaker. They have given a one-off fuel grant to pensioners and recipients of social services grants. But, Madam Speaker, in reality, ask any one of them on the government bench if they have spoken to the citizens. And, Madam Speaker, in reality, ask any one of them, meaning the recipients, whether their lives improved or advanced by this one-off grant. Madam Speaker, this ploy did not provide any sustaining effect. When you are planning mechanisms such as this, relief mechanisms, of course you look at the sustainable aspect of it. And this ploy, of course, did not provide any sustaining effect on their cost of living, nor reduced food prices for the citizens who would have been in receipt of those grants. Madam Speaker, I now look a little bit at the Minister of Trade and Industry as it relates to food prices. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Trade and Industry of this government of Trinidad and Tobago has went on to warn people to exercise caution Madam Speaker, when using their purchasing power. Can you imagine that, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, nonetheless, even the Ministry of Trade and Industry admitted that customers continue to face increased costs, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the government mentioned a number of measures in this article, but then admits that they aren't having a big impact, Madam Speaker, we have to ask, what is next in this country? Madam Speaker, I refer to a Newsday article when I'm speaking here, January 18, 2023, where the Trade Minister urges Trinidad and Tobago to shop smarter as food prices too high, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't want to say what a joke, but what an insult to our citizens of this country. Madam Speaker, Loop News, March 1st, 2023, Ministry of Trade and Industry notes rising food prices and tells the public to shop wisely, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, wisely? Madam Speaker, let them go to the supermarkets in this country and see how people picking up in local parlance, chirrup, chirrup. Madam Speaker, chirrup, chirrup. You hear them when you are in the supermarket, when they bounce me up, Madam Speaker. Oh, God, girl, you know grocery prices real high. Real high. When we will get this government out of power? Madam Speaker, the truth and the fact of the matter is the government must get serious. The government must realize that radical measures are required to combat escalating food prices in this country. Madam Speaker, finally, the nation is calling on the government through this motion to outline the short-term strategies, whether by, Madam Speaker, reversing the fuel hike to pre-budget figures, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the nation is calling on the government through this motion to outline the short-term strategies, whether by postponing the impending utility rate increase until the citizens' economic plight is addressed. Madam Speaker, the nation is calling for short-term strategies through this motion, whether by lowering or removing VAT on all foodstuff, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I have to remind them that under the Honourable Member for Siparia, under her regime, VAT was removed from basically all food items in this country. Madam Speaker, the nation through this motion is also calling for short-term strategies, whether by lowering import duties and VAT on pharmaceutical and medical supplies. You would hear it from our senior citizens. All of my pension going in medication. And that is the reality, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me highlight some medium-term measures, as my motion states. Some medium-term measures, whether it be provision of fiscal incentives of food companies locally, Madam Speaker, whether it be, Madam Speaker, revitalizing and overhauling the entire agricultural sector. And when I speak of the agricultural sector, why don't we look at cultivating and placing all arable lands into production, Madam Speaker? Our farmers are screaming, our farmers are pleading. Why don't we look at incentivizing our farmers? Madam Speaker, I looked at you recently at a particular meeting. Madam Speaker, when it comes to some medium-term measures, we must, and I speak about our farmers, address predial larceny, and my colleagues will expand on this. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture, which ought to be the beacon in this food crisis fight, remains stagnated, Madam Speaker, devoid of direction, bereft of ideas, saddled with incompetency, leaderless, clueless, Madam Speaker. Whilst our population continue to starve and the food import bill remains astronomically high in our country. Madam Speaker, I'm sure we all remember the food box program, which was helping the poor and vulnerable, and it was stopped. Remember, they said in a short space of time, they are reviewing this, and in a short space of time, they will bring forth a plan, and that plan was supposed to be revealed. Madam Speaker, nothing to date. Madam Speaker, I want to quickly look at some long-term measures. Madam Speaker, in terms of long-term measures, what is the mechanism to reduce the challenges faced by the business sector? Madam Speaker, what is being done to ease the conduct of business in this country? Are there any plans for new fiscal incentives? Madam Speaker, what about collaboration? Are there any collaborative efforts and partnering efforts with foreign investors, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the nation is yearning for urgent relief. And those in Chaguanas East and all other constituencies in Trinidad and Tobago are demanding some form of intervention. And I intend to represent their concerns through this motion. Madam Speaker, the government can no longer sit idly whilst the nation plunges into poverty, whilst our nation is unable to eat, with alarming increases in destitution. Madam Speaker, the only hope and salvation resides in the removal of this uncaring, blinkered regime who smiles and ridicules the population because of their hardship. Madam Speaker, I challenge them. They will come here to give you flowery figures today and tell you we did this and we did that. But Madam Speaker, I want to quote, Madam Speaker, some of them very well know that everything that I'm speaking here today is the truth. Madam Speaker, I want to quote, and the member for Toko Sangre Grande, Poverty in a Time of COVID, Daily Express, October 30th, 2020. I know of their struggles. No money, no income. I know about the daily crisis some people face. Sitting on the government bench, Madam Speaker, what are you saying or doing among your peers? Madam Speaker, that was 2020. We are now in 2023. What are you doing or saying among your peers? Madam Speaker, How many more hampers can we as MPs give and provide to our constituents? Madam Speaker, as an MP, I can tell you, I am always looking for ideas, and sometimes I feel as though I am running out of ideas, but I can stand proud to say I try my very best, but it is also hard. Madam Speaker, do you remember income support grant? Madam Speaker, do you remember food support grant? Madam Speaker, do you remember salary relief grant? And I speak poverty in a time of COVID. Madam Speaker, to date, people in this country are awaiting phase 1 payments. So we cannot pay phase 1 payments, but we will come here today to say that we are doing all that is good and well to protect the vulnerable in this country. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to say to the government, pay these people quickly. Madam Speaker, some persons are banking on that. Some persons are awaiting that. Some persons, if they get that today, they will head straight to the grocery to make a monthly grocery to feed their families. Madam Speaker, as I close, the dastardly treatment must cease, and this motion is but the first step towards the attainment of that noble goal. Madam Speaker, that noble goal. Madam Speaker, we on this side, the bench of the UNC, I say we will continue to fight for you, the members of this population. We will continue to fight for your bread and butter. Madam Speaker, we will continue to do all that it takes to state the wrong and recommend the best for our citizens of this country. Madam Speaker, I want to say to you, it will fix, you know. It will fix. We on this side are on the road to victory, Madam Speaker. Their time is short and our time is near, Madam Speaker. At this time, with those few words, I beg to move.
Yes. Member for Orputras.
Madam Speaker, it is my honor to second this motion. And I reserve the right to speak thereafter.
Honorable members, the motion being seconded, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that this House call on the government to outline its short, medium, and long-term strategies to systematically reduce the escalating and uncontrollable increase in the price of essential goods and services accessed by the population of Trinidad and Tobago. Be it further resolved that this House call on the government to take the necessary urgent action to immediately remedy the negative effects upon those living below the poverty line. Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon, to respond to this motion that was now introduced in this House by the Honourable Member for Chaguanas East. In reading the motion, Madam Speaker, I take into consideration my duty and my responsibility as a Member of Parliament of this House, representing the constituency of Lupino Borneo West, as well as in my ministerial capacity as the Minister of Public Utilities. But in listening to the motion as presented by the Honourable Member for Chaguanas East, I often wonder, and I ask myself during her presentation, and I recognize she read her presentation because obviously she's not the author of that presentation. Because she was slavishly reading that presentation and the author of that presentation, Madam Speaker, because I refuse to believe.
Madam Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48.1. If the chair had a problem with the member reading an appropriate standing order, would have been raised.
So, member for Barataria Sanwan, this is not an opportunity to make speeches. Continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thanks for your protection. And listening to the words of that motion as read out slavishly by the member for Chaguanas East, I am of the view, Madam Speaker, that the author of that presentation
Madam
is a
Speaker, I rise
person...
on Standing Order 48.6 because my colleague took ownership of her speech.
Please continue. Please continue.
That the author of that presentation, Madam Speaker, is full of hate and is full of bitterness, and it is not a patriot of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Because listening to that presentation of Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, 48.4, he's using extremely offensive and insulting language.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Because in listening to that presentation, that is not the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that we know. This is not the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that we know, Madam Speaker. The honorable member for Chaguanas, he stood there as a member of Parliament of this House, speaking about the rising cost of living and the issues affecting the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and not at one point speak and made reference to the global context of the challenges that we face as a people in this country. As we put on our television, Madam Speaker, we listen to our radios and we read the newspapers. Trinidad and Tobago, like every other country in this world, is faced with many challenges, many of which are beyond us, Madam Speaker, many of which are beyond us. In the great America, in the great United Kingdom, in all parts of North America, Central America, South America, the rising cost of living brought about by COVID and the war in Ukraine and so many other international issues that is putting pressures on inflationary matters all across the world. Governments are faced with challenges to protect their citizens, especially the weak and the vulnerable. And I dare say, Madam Speaker, that as we sit every week to govern this country, and as members of Parliament, we make decisions that are in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And as a PNM government, we are very proud and very proud of our record. We are very proud of our record, Madam Speaker. We run a social safety net of $5 billion to protect our citizens in this country. I saw on television and I saw on social media a picture by the same member of Chaguanas East with a bag running out of St. Vincent Street out of the Ministry of Social Development to get grants for her constituents, like all of us. And she stood there for the honorable member, Madam Speaker, and never made reference to the fact that her constituents have been beneficiaries of grants and all kinds of protection and social programs issued by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. The honorable member stood there and used words put on the records of this Parliament, all kinds of descriptives about this country and what this country is, crafting in her minds and the minds of her viewers and listeners and supporters. We do not attach ourselves to this, Madam Speaker. Yes, we have our challenges, like any other country, but we have a record that we protected our citizens in the most difficult circumstances, in areas where no other country in the Caribbean can boast of having the resources to protect their citizens, as we did in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, during these difficulties, and the honorable member spoke about we will come with facts and figures. Yes, we will come with facts and figures, because nothing that you said, nothing in her presentation can be supported by facts and figures, and she knows that. So we will come with facts and figures and come with other things and contradict what we are saying, because you cannot support what you have said with facts and figures. You cannot. Madam Speaker, as I've said, we spend every single day governing this country and ensuring that we have programs in place to move the development program forward and to protect the weak and to protect the vulnerable citizens of this country. We are also members of Parliament. We see our constituents on a daily basis, Madam Speaker. We know their pains and we know their sufferings, and that is the reason why we continue to run a social safety program of over $5 billion in just one ministry. In just one ministry. And because of the prudence and because of the management of the circumstances in this country, that despite the ravages of COVID, this government was able to deliver 25,100 grants to existing beneficiaries of food support. Where is the callousness that the member referred to? Where is the albatross? The only albatross that is around the necks of the people of this country is the UNC. That is the only albatross. She comes to this parliament and refers to callousness and wickedness and albatross and insult and all of these adjectives. What is the honorable member referring to? This is not Trinidad and Tobago that we know. This is not Trinidad and Tobago. We may have our political differences. We may have our differences. It is fair for us to have our differences. But as a member of Parliament, when you come here and you make your contribution, do not put any dark blot on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Do not do it. You are irresponsible when you get on like that. Do not do it. And therefore, I say the author of that presentation is full of hate and full of darkness. It's full of hate, full of darkness, and I dare say full of evil.
Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order 48.4 and 48.5, please. And 6.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this same government that you referred to as callous, the honorable member. Oh my.
Madam Speaker, I stand on standing order 48.5, please.
Members, we've said repeatedly, while the standing order speaks to honorable or portfolio, it is sometimes artificial to be saying the honorable all of the time. Okay? Whether it's honorable or member. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This government, Madam Speaker, in difficult circumstances, managing in difficult circumstances, working to protect the weak and the vulnerable citizens of this country, pursued a program of fuel relief grants where over 2,284 citizens benefited. 30,335 citizens receive an accelerated income tax refund under difficult circumstances, Madam Speaker. Salary relief grant, 87,000, the honorable member referred to persons and citizens not receiving their grants. But the records at the Ministry of Finance reflect that over 87,000 citizens benefited from salary relief grant. Food support for religious groups all over Trinidad and Tobago, Christians, Hindus, Muslims, spiritual Baptists, religious groups of every persuasion, Madam Speaker, receiving food support grants so that they can assist their members in difficult circumstances. Madam Speaker, over 140,000 market food boxes each are devalued, as a matter of fact, with a total value of $81 million pursued by this government in difficult circumstances. So when the member stands in this parliament and talk about a callous government, an albatross around the necks of this government, she can only be referring to the government of 2010 to 2015. And that is the reason why they are there and we are here. That is the reason why. Madam Speaker, this government pursued a number or a program of zero rating of a number of basic food items in fiscal 2022. And the Minister of Trade and Industry, I think she will join the debate and go into more details as to other programs that the government would have pursued to ensure that there is food security for the people of Trinidad and Tobago where we could have done it. Where we could have done it, because there are many things that were outside of our control. But that which was within our control, Madam Speaker, we took the necessary decision as best as we can to protect the vulnerable citizens of this country. The honorable member referred to our food boxes for our students. Our food boxes for students, the food feeding program. Madam Speaker, I am advised that as of January 2023, over 59,429 students benefited from breakfast under this program as of January 2023. And over 78,383 of our students benefited from lunches, Madam Speaker, serving over 800 schools all across Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, I ask myself, what and who is the honorable member referring to? It cannot be Trinidad and Tobago. It cannot be. Yes, we may have our political differences, but to stand in the parliament and describe your country and describe the circumstances of your country in this particular way, when it was so far removed and devoid of reality, it is nothing but a disservice to your country. Nothing but a disservice. And that the role of the opposition, we do not believe or agree that the opposition should agree with everything that we present in this parliament. But I would expect, and I sat and I listened to the honorable member, that she would have presented proposals, point to areas in the policies of the government and present counter proposals as you would expect that an opposition and members of the opposition should conduct themselves. Point to our programs, point to our policies that you are having issues with, and put counter proposals, and let us have meaningful debate and meaningful discussions so that we can advance the agenda of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Not to stand in the parliament here and badmouth and bad talk your country and paint it the worst possible way. That is nothing but a disservice, and this is not Trinidad and Tobago. This is not Trinidad and Tobago, and that is the reason why they will not benefit and they will not participate in anything that is nation building in this country. Nothing. The honorable member talked about rate increase. I will go into rate increase. I will talk about the role of the Regulated Industries Commission and its decisions to engage in meaningful consultations with the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the length and breadth of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and you would expect members of parliament to mobilize their supporters and go and engage in meaningful discussion, but not to pull black coffins and engage in disruptive behavior. That is the behavior of the UNC. They are not about putting forward proposals and engaging in anything meaningful to advance this country. It is all about bacchanal, mayhem, confusions. I wanted to say lie, Madam Speaker, but I don't want to offend the standing order. I won't say that.
So don't say what you didn't want to say and what you know you cannot say. So just withdraw that word and let's proceed.
Withdraw, Madam Speaker. I sincerely and honestly withdraw that word. But engage in fabrications and distortions and misrepresentations, Madam Speaker, and bacchanal. That is what it is. Madam Speaker, all I can say is that the honorable member who presented this motion and the speech that she read is nothing but a dark day, another dark day in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Nothing but that. Madam Speaker, over the last couple of months, the Regulated Industries Commission has engaged itself into public consultations with respect to a business plan that was submitted to it by the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, justifying a rate review for electricity in Trinidad and Tobago. As part of its process, Madam Speaker, the RIC would have published its draft determination and engage in discussions with all stakeholders in the national community as it seeks to arrive at a final recommendation to put before the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, according to the law, the RIC is mandated to conduct a rate review for water and electricity every 5 years. But the last time in Trinidad and Tobago a rate review was conducted was by a commission referred to as the Public Utilities Commission in 1993, I am told, even before the RIC came into legal existence, the RIC Act being passed in 1998. So the RIC has never conducted, since its incorporation into statute, a rate review for water in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The last time, however, with respect to electricity, a review was conducted in 2006 and came into effect, I am advised, in 2009, almost over 20 years ago. And we await the work of the RIC, Madam Speaker. It is an independent commission, and I'm advised that we, on the executive arm of the state, must stay far from this process because the government will have a role to say and a role to play at the most appropriate time. But in the time being, Madam Speaker, we allow the independent commission to do its work and to present its finding to the government of Trinidad and Tobago and a decision made. Madam Speaker, any matter with respect to utility rate increases or review in any part of the world will be a contentious issue, and that one that needs to be managed and managed sensibly and responsibly, especially by people who occupy public office and people who are members of Parliament. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have made a concerted effort to stay far away from this process, to allow the RIC to do its work, because as a member of Parliament and as a minister in a cabinet, serving in a cabinet, the work of the RIC will be presented and the government will have its say. But what we have witnessed, unfortunately, is a consultation process that has been hijacked by all kinds of political operatives, engaging in all kinds of disgraceful conduct, engage in all kinds of conduct disrespecting members of the RIC and trying to link them to the executive arm of the state, oftentimes referring to them in all kinds of ways that I do not wish to repeat in this House. But I dare say it is very unfortunate, and I call upon all members of Parliament, especially members of Parliament on the other side, to please conduct yourself with honor and dignity. Please conduct yourself with honor and dignity. Because yes, you have your role and you have your responsibility, but to behave in the way that you behave, as is clear and is evident, it is not the way that we should conduct and order ourselves in this country, because the young people are looking at us. The young people are looking at us. And when we behave in this way, we do this country great disservice and dishonor. And I ask myself, and I ask my friends opposite, my honorable friends opposite, please, 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 conduct yourself with dignity And I call upon, therefore, the honorable member for Superior, the leader of the opposition, to rein in her colleagues and allow the RIC to do its work and to do so unimpeded and uninterrupted. Rein in your colleagues.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48-6. What is the member alluding to in relation to calling the member for Superior to rein in her colleagues?
Overruled.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48-8. This motion is not about the opposition, it's about the failure of that government and that members.
Proceed. Overruled.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the issue of rates in Trinidad and Tobago, because
The issue of race, did I hear you?
rates.
Oh, sorry.
Members. Thank you. Proceed, member. No, okay. Members, I don't need no additional assistance. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think he fell asleep for a short while. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honorable member who presented this motion talked about this government being an albatross and being callous and all of these things, which I reject out of hand and being baseless. But let me put in the context of the rate review debate in Trinidad and Tobago, let me put certain facts in the public domain. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with respect to the electricity tariffs in the Caribbean, I can tell you that in Trinidad and Tobago, we have an electricity tariff of 52 cents, US cents, per kilowatt per hour. But let us now compare that with what obtains in the entire region, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And according to all of the data and all of the arrangements that were put in place by a number of Caribbean jurisdictions, comparing the rates for water and electricity, Trinidad and Tobago is among the only country in the Caribbean that has the lowest rates for water and electricity, Mr. Deputy Speaker. According to data provided via the International Benchmarking Network, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 2022, Trinidad and Tobago water rate of 31 US cents per cubic meter was the lowest in the Caribbean. Further, data from the Inter-American Development Bank 2021, the Caribbean Water Study indicated that in 2019, WASA's average monthly residential water bill of 15 cubic meters of water is $4.42. US was the lowest among Caribbean countries, some 81% lower than the average of US $23.87, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With respect to electricity, globalpetrolprices.com, as at September 2022, Trinidad and Tobago had the second lowest electricity tariff of 0.052 per kilowatt per hour in the Caribbean region, Cuba being the other Caribbean country with a lower electricity tariff. And globally, Trinidad and Tobago had the 23rd lowest residential electricity tariff in the world out of 147 countries. For comparison, the average price of electricity in the world for that period was 0.601, 0.160 US dollar per kilowatt per hour for household, and in Trinidad and Tobago for US 0.062 per kilowatt per hour, 5.2. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, having one of the lowest rates for water and electricity, the government of Trinidad and Tobago maintained a subsidy program for both water and electricity, even in difficult circumstances coming out of the global pandemic. The government maintained these lowest rates for water and electricity, and therefore that is the reason why I stood here and took serious issue with the position that was put forward in this parliament by the member for Shoguanas East. Because with all of the reference that she made, the honorable member made, with respect to utility rates and the impending discussions by the Regulated Industries Commission, the honorable member made no reference to the fact that we continue to maintain a subsidy arrangement in place for water and electricity, even in difficult financial circumstances. And even with the lowest prices for water and electricity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can tell you, in 2022, the government of Trinidad and Tobago introduced an electricity rebate program, increasing that program from 25% to 35% for rate A domestic customers, accounts which electricity billings of $300 and below, and applied directly to customers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thereby benefiting over 220,000 citizens to the tune of $68 million annually. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is no country in the entire Caribbean and almost in the entire world with such low rates for electricity, where the government introduced a further program of a rate rebate system to further benefit over 220,000 citizens. That is the record of Trinidad and Tobago. That is the Trinidad and Tobago that we know, a country, yes, with challenges, as any other country in the world, but we can boast of so many programs and projects in place that we put in place to benefit the weak and the vulnerable citizens in this country. And despite that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we go on with another social program under the Ministry of Public Utilities, the Utilities Assistance Program. So in addition to the 35% rebate program benefiting over 220,000 citizens, there is also a Utility Assistance Program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which extends a subsidy to low-income customers of TNTEC and WASA by an application to a credit to the beneficiary utility bill. TNTEC residential customers with an average consumption over 3 billing periods of 500 kilowatts per hour or less benefit from an electricity subsidy of up to $200 per bill, or a maximum of $1,200 annually. And this subsidy, Madam and Mr. Deputy Speaker, is applied directly to so many customers' bills.
Honourable Member, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional 15 minutes. You care to avail yourself?
I am gracious to take the extra 15 minutes,
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition to that, the Ministry of Public Utilities maintained its Residential Electrification Assistance Program, REAP, where over the last 5 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thousands of citizens in East, in West, in Central, in South, and in Tobago benefit from this Residential Electrification Assistance Program, whereby citizens who cannot afford to wire their house, or whose wiring in their house may have been compromised over the years and may not have the wherewithal to engage in restoration work. We run this social program to assist many of our citizens. As a matter of fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can tell you, because of the success of this program, I have dedicated time and energy to provide the necessary resources to the Ministry of Public Utilities to ensure that this program is expanded to continue to provide support to many of our vulnerable citizens in this country. many of our vulnerable citizens in this country. Utility assistance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, many of our citizens, low-income earners, pensioners, etc., that despite low electricity rates for water and electricity, under our bill assistance program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thousands of our pensioners and vulnerable citizens benefit from our bill assistance program, where we pay the bills for water and electricity for these vulnerable groups, benefiting over 14,000 citizens on an annual basis. This is the Trinidad and Tobago that we know, and not the Trinidad and Tobago as described by the Honourable Member for Chaguanas East. This is the Trinidad and Tobago that we know, that despite difficult circumstances, we maintain this program because we recognize that as we make decisions to benefit and to keep this country on an even keel, and to ensure that our future generation may have a country and will have a country to benefit and inherit, and to protect the financial interests, that we have to make decisions. Sometimes some of them may be unpopular, but as we do so, we must protect the weak and the vulnerable citizens, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We must do that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to tell you that under our Utilities Assistance Program, we have our Water Tank Assistance Program, where many communities outside of the water distribution grid on a water schedule, we ensure that you have sufficient storage for water, so that outside of your schedule, you may have some level of storage that will take you to another schedule as we continue to pursue programs to improve the levels of service for water all across Trinidad and Tobago. I can tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thousands of citizens are now beneficiaries of this program. Many of the constituents of my friends opposite are beneficiary to this particular program, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In Moruga, in Chaguanas East, in Chaguanas West, all over Trinidad and Tobago, they are all beneficiaries of this program. Because I can tell you, when these files are put before my desk, I do not see race, I do not see religion, I do not see politics. I see honorable citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who must and shall benefit, as we do in the PNM. As we do. And I wish, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we had all the resources at my disposal. I wish I had all the resources at my disposal. I'm being disturbed by rumblings on the other side, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I need to speak in some silence.
Again, members, please, silence. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You see, they don't like to hear the truth. They like to sit and thumb their desk to hear wickedness about Trinidad and Tobago and to spread wickedness about Trinidad and Tobago. But to hear facts.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Oh, Lord.
I rise on Standing Order 48-4, please. The member can do better than that.
Member, use a different word. Use a different word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'll use a different word. But they like to thumb their desks at things that do not represent Trinidad and Tobago, that do not represent the red, white, and black, that do not represent our coat of arms, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every single day we go to our jobs, we listen to our constituents, we work for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We do not pose a risk to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I can tell you that I am advised by the staff and the technical officers of the Ministry of Public Utilities that given the trajectory that we have engaged and embarked upon, that by the end of this financial year, nearly 33,000 citizens would have benefited from some of the social programs under the Ministry of Public Utilities, our water tank assistance program, our residential electrification program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our water tank assistance program, our electrification program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and over 230,000 citizens will benefit from our 35% rebate on electricity in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And if the honourable member wants to put forward counter proposal, we are more than willing to listen. What about these projects and these programs that you're opposed to? What about these programs that you're opposed to? Because we are prepared to engage in meaningful debate and discussions, because that is what parliamentary debate and parliament is all about. Don't come here and make big statements describing your country in the worst possible way, because that does not represent us. We continue to have free healthcare system in this country. We continue to pay our senior citizens their grants, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Our schools continue to provide education for our children despite difficult circumstances, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Our public servants continue to go to work and have their jobs, even in difficult circumstances, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We continue to run our social safety net and our social program to benefit the vulnerable and the weak citizens of this country, whilst we move our development program forward. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion is devoid of logic. It does not represent Trinidad and Tobago. It is unpatriotic, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We cast it aside. It does not represent our children. It does not represent nothing that we stand for and believe in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And therefore, this House should reject it out of hand, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Siparia.
Listen to class now. Listen to class. Erudition, enlightenment.
All right.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
To proceed from now, member.
Thank you. Thank you. As I listened to the honourable member who preceded me, it was very clear that he doesn't know the reality of the quality of life of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And before I say more, I think it is important for us to remember the motion that has been brought before this House for debate, because the honourable member seemed to have completely neglected the motion and went off on his own merry chase, looking and finding ghosts behind every post. So permit me, Mr. Speaker, to read the motion and to congratulate and thank the honourable member for Shogunas East. And I endorse the comments made by the honourable member. So here we are with a motion dealing with the quality of life, the high cost of living, and so on. And the motion reads as follows. Whereas it is the responsibility of the government to ensure the well-being of its citizens by facilitating a decent standard of living and quality of life, and whereas the impending increase in utility rates and the imminent imposition of property taxes will further escalate the cost of living and the inflation rate. And whereas the consistent increases in fuel prices have further negatively impacted the cost of living, and whereas this government has failed to take positive measures to cushion the economic fallouts brought about by escalating prices of essential goods and services, be it resolved that this House call on the government to outline its short, medium, and long-term strategies to systematically reduce the escalating and uncontrollable increase in the price of essential goods and services assessed by the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And be it further resolved that this House call on the government to take the necessary urgent action to immediately remedy the negative effects upon those living below the poverty line. So we listened to the honourable member, And nothing within his contribution was directly related and relevant to the issues raised by my colleague from Chaguanas East. And you know, listening to him at the start, he says the motion as presented, as piloted by Chaguanas East, failed to take into account what is happening worldwide, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So here it is, was blame Kamala and the UNC. Now you're going to blame the whole world because of what is happening in the world. And then you ended up by calling on Superior, blame Kamala again. But I'm not taking that blame, not today. Because you want to say to Chaguanas East, you put no forward, no plans, no proposals, nothing. We have done that time and time again. But it is your job. You are the government. You took charge. You're in charge now. And it is your job, based on this motion, to tell us what are your plans, what are your strategies for dealing with issues in the public domain impacting on the lives of citizens, on the quality of lives of citizens in our land. And the government talked about the school feeding program. Remember? The member spoke of several things he says the government is doing, but fails to tell us that school feeding program was there before them, before this government came into office. Fails to tell us that they have reduced that program, a program to help the poor children in this country. They reduced it, they reduced the funding. In the same way, they have reduced the GATE program to help people access proper education. Member speaks about salary relief grants, talks about food boxes, other programs that they put into place, but again doesn't tell us all that has stopped now. They have stopped all those programs to assist people, to help those who would be in need. All of that has stopped. And so, talking about water tanks, talk to my MPs. Any of your constituents got any water tank? Right now in Pilan, in my constituency, no water in the taps for weeks upon weeks. In other constituencies, members of Boldface and Broadface to talk about water tank. So no plan, no program, no policies of how to improve the quality of life, and therefore resting back on the laurels of past things that happened. You met the school feeding program. What did you do? Come to tell us you're feeding children, when in fact you have broken down, you've stopped it. You stopped the food box program. That stopped. You mentioned that. As something you're doing, you stopped it. You talk about phase 1, income support, salary relief grant, food support. Persons still have not received the promised grants under these heads. And of course, those have also stopped, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When you talk about the water tanks, I've mentioned that. All talk speaks of effectiveness of this water tank program. Yes, it's a great program. I'm glad for those who got it. But the majority of those who need it have not received it. And up to today, as I speak, my constituents and many others in the Trinidad and Tobago are suffering for lack of water. So, school feeding program, in 2015, over $250 million, the last year we were in office, spent on the school feeding program. Today, 136 million by 2019. The COVID years saw no help for students during that time. So these are idle boasts, empty boasts by the honourable member on the other side who spoke. And then the minister goes into a whole tirade about the RIC. And it appeared to me that he was building and making a case for increasing the utility rates. Telling us in the Caribbean, we have the lowest rate for water and the lowest rate for electricity, blah, 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 blah. We have the lowest. So his contribution was not about to help people, but it was about how to increase prices and bring further hardship. So I reject outright the allegations made by that honourable member about the conduct and behavior of persons attending the RIC consultations. I reject that outright as untrue. Members of the public attend those consultations, and they voice their frustration, they voice their concerns, and I don't know how you could say it's the UNC. I don't know if they were wearing UNC T-shirts. I don't know if it was emblazoned on their forehead. Look, I'm a UNC and I'm behaving bad. How could you tell they were UNC people? How do you know when members of the public come because they're so fed up and frustrated and worried, you are saying they were UNC? Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Members, please. Right, each one will have the opportunity. No, please, Kuva South. Point up here. Hold on. Again, all members will have the opportunity to enter the debate, right, for this particular motion. So, please, proceed.
I thank you. Honourable Deputy Speaker. Okay, you'll have your turn to speak, sir.
Members, I only recognize the member for Superior at this time. Proceed, member.
Thank you. I am making the point that the allegation that they have UNC people behaving badly and their conduct and calling on the member of Superior to rein in her colleagues and so on. Yes, there were some MPs, some colleagues were in those consultations, but you cannot ascribe the kind of conduct you're saying that the UNC, and there's a UNC, they were members of the public. And I want to remind you, Deputy Speaker, because I know you have a good eye and ear for history. We celebrate how many years today? Or yesterday, yeah.
Okay, no, members, please, members on both sides. No, member for Kuva South, I'm on my legs. MP for Princestown. Members on both sides, please. Member for Naprima, thanks. Right, members on both sides. Proceed, honourable member.
I thank you again, Honourable Deputy Speaker. And I'm saying that we disassociate from those who are saying it, and I was saying, we celebrate either yesterday or today the water rats, if you say you want to celebrate those, but I want to remind the government of those water rats in 1903. 1903, and if there are people out there who are doing electricity rates, the minister has signaled that WASA has sent numbers for increasing water rates as well. They go, as I say, hasten slowly. Because the population, the majority, are living at breaking point in terms of the economy, in terms of their being able to purchase food and help themselves and help their families. So we have to go hasten slowly, as I said. The member said that they have zero-rated some items in terms of VAT, value-added tax. That is one of the greatest hoaxes ever of this government, who came in to say we're reducing VAT from 15% to what? 12%. But then you put it across the line, across the board. We had over 7,000 food items, zero-rated. So that is, it's giving with the left hand, as they say, or give it the right hand and take it back with the left hand. So I'm not buying this zero rating in terms of the VAT items. And then the honourable member talked to us about, he wants facts and figures. Member for Chaguanas East had no facts or figures. I wonder if he has any, the honourable member, if he does have any of those facts and figures. Because if he does, he will see the facts and the figures are totally against his reading and viewing of the population in Trinidad and Tobago. Totally contrary to what the member is saying. Totally contrary to wanting to attack members on this side as painting us in a dark place. And so we are in a dark place. Trinidad and Tobago is in a dark hole. And people are indeed suffering. So what is one set of data that you can use, facts and figures that can be used, that the member says Chaguanas East did not present? Chaguanas East gave us the narrative and so on. Others will come and will speak. Let me give you some of that data. One indicator of whether people are able to sustain themselves and their families has to do with whether they have a job or they do not have a job. Since this government came into office, thousands of persons have lost their jobs. Thousands of persons. There are two measures here now, two areas where we get data with respect to employment numbers, jobs, and so on in the country, none of which is totally up to date, but we can at least use some of that data, Honourable Deputy Speaker. There is CSO data, and there is NIB data, which gives us an inclination, an idea of what's happening with jobs in Trinidad and Tobago. The latest CSO data on the number of persons employed up to the third quarter of 2022 was 563,400 persons. However, when we look at the last quarter of 2015, we would see that there were more persons than employed. In other words, from 2015 to now, over 65,000 persons have lost their jobs under this government up to last year. Over 65,000. This is CSO data, central bank data. This is not Kamala's data or any of us. This is the CSO data telling us over 65,000 persons have lost their jobs. Now, CSO data is not a real figure. How they operate, they use an estimated number. So estimated by CSO, over 65,200 persons have lost their jobs since this government came into office. The NIB data gives us another figure, which might be closer to the truth, because what it does, it is based on persons paying into the NI system and so on, and you don't pay if you're not employed, so they pay persons employed. When we look at NIB data, the data shows that the pandemic, pre-pandemic, there were 112,000 persons had dropped out. Pre-pandemic, you know. So when a member came to talk about the whole world suffering with the pandemic and the COVID, blame COVID, everything is blame COVID, well, the COVID gone, whom are you blaming now? You're going back again to blaming Kamala and the UNC. So 112,000, more than 112,000 persons had dropped off the employment roll as of June 30, 2020. 112,000 had dropped off the roll. CSO is telling us, okay, estimated 65,200 persons lost jobs. NIB data tells us 112,000 persons, 112,800 people had lost their jobs. What does that mean? When a person loses their job, what happens to the family? In most cases, that person is the sole breadwinner for that family to take care of wife, children, sometimes grandchildren. What happens in that home if you do not have a job? All the income support grants that the minister spoke about, all the salary relief grants the minister spoke about, all those programs have shut down. I mentioned it before. Shut down. So when you send a man home, you know, there's nothing harder for a man in a house or a woman. We have a lot of single mothers who are the working winners, breadwinners of their families. When they lose their job, do you know what it is for that person to go home to wonder, what are they going to give your children to eat? That there is no, what are you going to put on the table for them to eat? And when a member speaks so glibly, they don't have a clue as to what is happening in this country amongst the poor people, you know, don't have a clue. Don't have a clue. Member for Chaguanas East raised some of the headlines in the newspapers, and this has been ongoing, the cry, the lamentation of people suffering because of not having a job, not being able to put food on the table. So whether we use NIB stats or whether we use the CSO stats, there are more than 65,000 persons under this government who have lost their jobs. As I say, without a job, how do you provide food and basic essentials for your family? How do you pay if you're a renter? How do you pay that rent? How do you pay a mortgage? Because all those support systems, which were not fully implemented under the COVID, everything has gone. How are you going to be able to send your children properly dressed, properly resourced with the books and the equipment that they need, with the clothing that they need? So we see this level of joblessness. And what does the government have to say about how you will help those families now who are in jeopardy, who are in need? Minister did not spend a word telling us that. All these jobless people, how are you going to help them? How are you going to create jobs, sustainable jobs? Not a word. And this is where the member for Chaguanas East said, tell us your strategies in the short term and what was it, the medium term, in the long term to deal with the concerns. And then once a point fingers at that, I said, hey, what is the role of the opposition? What is the role, the member is asking, the role of the opposition? The role of the opposition includes what we are attempting to do here today. That is part of the role of the opposition, to raise the concerns of people, the citizenry, our constituents, and to demand answers from the government. Again, once more, no such answers were forthcoming. When we look at prices now, I talked about the joblessness, the amount of thousands of jobs lost. We could look at, Minister says he wants facts and figures, let's look at the prices, because that's what we talked about in the motion, substantive motion. We asked about the issue of increasing cost of living. It has to do with several things, food prices, for example. So in spite of mass joblessness under this government and their mismanagement of the economy, prices continue to rise. Annual food prices increased by almost 14% at last count by November 2022, last year. This means that if you were spending $2,000 as a family on all your food for the month, you would have had to shell out more money. That increased by 14%. This is at a time where citizens cannot find jobs. It seems that you're always reading, you pick up the newspaper about retrenchments and people losing jobs and businesses is closing down. If we look at the newspapers, Deputy Speaker, the food price increases are beyond crisis levels for many families. This is a reality borne out when we examine the newspaper headlines such as 45.9% increase in food. That's like doubling, 45.9% increase in food, no thank you, in food from 2015 to 2022. From when we left office to today, 2022, in the Express reported from an economist on January 18, 2023. 45.9% increase in food. Another headline from the Express, 3rd December 22, prices sky high. A Newsday article from Ria Chetram carries a foreboding message from the government, 31st March 22 reading, Trade Ministry, food price hikes coming soon. The minister, when he spoke, the honourable member, he told us the Minister of Trade will come to tell us about what? What the Ministry of Trade is doing about the matters raised in this motion. But here it is, article from carrying on a message, March 31, 22. Trade Ministry, the Trade Ministry saying food price hikes coming soon. Another article from the Newsday, Wednesday, 18 January, this year, 2023, by Elizabeth Gonzalez, headline, Public on High Food Prices. We can't tighten belts anymore. And it goes on. There's a food price crisis in this country. The government can follow the Minister of Finance and play with words, as he did when he was asked about the foreign exchange crisis. Instead of choosing to label it a shortage, if they wish, he did a spin on it otherwise. And the issue does not disappear. What is constant is that families are in distress and they demand a proper response to bring relief from a government which has demonstrated it is not prepared to provide same. We on this side, we are saying, if you cannot listen to the cries of families across the nation, then you know what to do. Get out of office and call the election now. We have been visiting families across the nation, and they're ready, we are ready to bring relief. So whatever you call, whenever you call that election, we shall deliver because we are on the road to victory. The UNC is on the road to victory. Let's look at inflation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Facts and figures. I didn't say this. This is the data. This is the data that's out there for anybody in the public to see. Data from the central bank on the inflation rate. And we all know what inflation is. The increase in prices. Increase in the cost of living. So let's look at inflation. Inflation has risen the most this year since this government came into office. And you don't have COVID now. You don't have the COVID blame game excuse anymore. Inflation has risen. Central bank data in their January bulletin this year, January 2023, the central bank tells us that inflation has increased the most since this government came into office. Let's look at meat, for example. Another basic item in most diets, meat, protein, you need that. The data tells us from the central bank in January of this year, reported, at November 22, stood at 10% about increase in meat, the cost, the price, the food of meat. This means chicken, poultry. This means beef, pork, goat, other protein items, meats, a 10% increase. When we look at fuel and lubricants, again, the central bank tells us there has been a 35.4% increase in fuel and lubricants in this country. Recall when the Minister of Finance sat in a nice big padded armchair and was laughing. He said, I've raised this thing, the fuel price, so many times, and they ain't riot yet. Do you all remember that? They haven't rioted yet. It was a big joke how many times we raised it. But according to the central bank, fuel and lubricant prices rose last year by more than 35%, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And what would that mean? It means everything that depends on transport, every item is also going to be increased. Because everything that you have to buy or sell, you will need fuel for transporting the items from one place to the next. And that has had a serious effect as well on the cost of living. So for transport prices then, there has been a 14.6% increase on transport prices. That should come as no surprise to anyone, because once again, because of the increased price of fuel. They're satisfied, government is satisfied. As long as citizens do not riot, they're happy with that. Never mind the hardship that persons are undergoing. I move along. Milk and cheese, and this part of my contribution is saying that with the increase in prices, there is more hardship. The cost of living has increased. Again, I'm using the data from the central bank. Honourable Minister, take note. You want facts, you want figures. According to the central bank, the general price of milk, cheese, and eggs rose by more than 27%. 27%. This was because the price index increased from 99.1 in September 2015. I go back, that's when we left office. From September 2015, that price index was 99.1, and now in November 22, which is when we last have data for, the price index is 126.3. An increase, as I say here, in eggs and milk, cheese, dairy products, 27%. Overall, in food prices, citizens have been facing an onslaught in food price increases. Just last year, food prices rose by 14.5% from January to November, last year alone. Over the 7.5 years of this government, food prices increased by 33%, overall food prices, with the food price index rising from 104.1 now to, an increase in the price index, food price index, by 33%. It is what this means then is that citizens were paying $1,000 to $2,000 for food every month. When we left office, they would now, because of the increases, be paying up to $700, $350, and so on. They'll be paying a lot more, increase on what they were already paying. We must recognize that these food price increases are in the face of over the 100,000 I mentioned of persons having lost their jobs. And public servants being offered, what, 4%. 4% salary increases. So whilst prices are skyrocketing, you're not seeing commensurate increases for salaries for the public servants in our country. Ultimately, public servants took the 4% increase, and it is clear that they will not even be able to cover the increase in food prices alone. I've given you food price index up to over 30% and so on. You're getting a 4% increase in salary. How are you going to cover these increases? Prices effective Monday, 6 February 2023. The nation experienced a hike in the price of eggs, and we know for many, eggs constitute a basic food item. The announcement was that eggs would rise in price by $3. However, this is from the egg producers to the supermarket, so you have an increase of $3, but then the supermarket will have a further write-up added to the price. So the price of eggs therefore rose by roughly 15%, from $25 to $28, to as high as $29 to $32, an increase of $4 to $5 on the retail end. What caused this increase in egg prices? The Association of Trinidad and Tobago table egg producers reportedly blamed the reason for price increase on the additional cost of fuel, the additional increase in the cost of fuel needed to distribute feed and, of course, the actual supplies of the eggs to the various outlets. The egg producers had faced removal of a fuel subsidy of almost 5%. And we warn that all of this is as a result of government's callous shutdown at Pointe-à-Pierre and of that refinery at Pointe-à-Pierre. This is a consequence of the PNM action of November 2018. 4 years and 2 months later, you're again being forced to pay for the actions of shutting down that refinery. So what does it all mean? What does it mean? This was a government where the Honorable Prime Minister stood on a national platform and told the country the government is not shutting down Petrotrin. And in case you were closing your fridge door and you didn't hear me properly, I repeat, the government is not closing down Petrotrin. And what happened? Soon thereafter, all Petrotrin shut down. All to be sent home. So when they raise the price of fuel now, this is as a result of that closure at Petrotrin, you know, because we now have to buy fuel. What we would be able to produce here and have jobs, created jobs, have people working, we're not producing that. We had to buy, we had to import, we had to find foreign exchange to buy the fuels that we used to produce in this country. And so that price increases. So what does it mean? Citizens last month were once more asked to shoulder another increase in prices for basic items. For many families, they would continue to cut back on food needed for a balanced diet. Your doctor would tell you that eggs are an excellent source of protein, vitamins, and minerals, among health benefits. Eggs help maintain eyesight. We always hear of the wonders of carrots and other roots, but do not overlook eggs. There are many pluses to eggs, but the prices have so increased. Sadly, there are many families who already cannot afford to provide eggs in their diet for their children. And this price hike will, of course, make it even harder for families. The impending increase in electricity rates, the minister spent a lot of time, as I said, justifying increasing the rates, telling us we had not done a consultation in how many years and so on. So his entire contribution on that aspect was the RIC consultations and to bring forward.
Honourable Member, your original time is now spent. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to complete your presentation if you so wish.
I thank you very much, Honourable Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. My colleague, who is our shadow person for public utilities, will deal a little more on the points raised about the RSC consultations and what is happening. But I think something is very shocking with all of this is that the revelation is that the RIC, in one of the consultations at the Center of Excellence, indicated that despite not having an up-to-date household budgetary survey to refer to, they have settled on rate increases as a solution to TNTEC's financial woes. So what they're saying is you have not seen that household budgetary survey to know where people are, to know what they can afford to do, how much more they can pay. Nothing of that. This is one of the responses from the panel at the consultations. Why is the household budgetary survey and the survey of living conditions not important in an exercise like this? The survey of living conditions has been utilized as a main source of robust quantitative data to generate key poverty, inequality, and vulnerability indicators and to evaluate living conditions at a point in time. The last such survey was done 9 years ago in 2014 under the government I led. And so we were able to produce so many targeted social interventions from the milk grant to the laptop program because we're using current up-to-date data at that time. Household budget surveys are the only truly reliable source of household income and expenditure data, which, when combined with other information that is collected, they will produce a rich source of socio-economic data. We have to be data-driven. We cannot operate by VAPs. Everything that we do should be data-driven to inform our policies and programs as we go forward. In addition to this function, Data from the survey have become critical in economic and social policy analyses and development planning. The last household budgetary survey was done in 2008-2009. We are now in what? 2023. Why is it that we are not utilizing or providing or making sure that we can have that kind of data to plan future programs for the people of this country? It is alarming to note that the RSC is going ahead with proposals for rate increases with data that is 9 years old. 9 years old. That data will show that the living conditions are much worse off today than 9 years ago, Madam Speaker. That data is 9 years old. And 14 years old, that's for the survey of living conditions, and 14 years old in terms of the household budgetary survey. How can we operate in this manner? How can we properly plan to help our disadvantaged or challenged citizens or women or children, all our citizens, when we are operating on things that are 14 years old and 9 years old that will be totally irrelevant in today's dark place that Trinidad has become? I ask that question of the government. There's a joint survey of living conditions and household budget being done that's supposed to end in 2024, which is next year. In my respectful view, the RIC must cease and desist from any rate hikes. Until, or they must first receive the result of the joint survey next year. Don't run ahead on old data, 9 years and 14 years old. Hasten slowly, I say. You're really interfering with the quality of life of the citizens of this land. You don't have long to wait again. Do not rely on 14-year-old data and 9-year-old data. The RIC must not impose electricity rate increases on citizens at this time. They must stop. They must await that. And given how hard it is right now, this is not the time for those rate increases. Results of the last household budgetary survey, that last survey, the share of housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuels was at 26.5%. Health, education, transport was at 4% and 14.3% respectively. But with the rollback of GATE, the removal of the majority of the fuel subsidy, then there could be an encroaching on disposable income, greater encroachment on your disposable income. Average monthly consumption expenditure in Mayaro, for example, Rio Claro, was just above $5,000 per month, with the highest monthly income available for consumption expenditure being in Diego Martin at $5,700. So the survey is important. The proposed rate increases by electricity usage, again, will bring further hardship on the citizens of our country. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, my colleague, the MP for Princess Town, will deal more on those RIC issues, rate hikes and electricity, and of course there's a plan for WASA as well. Now, the member said, what are our plans? Well, why didn't she go and see, just come and bring plan and bring proposals and bring programs? Why didn't the member do that? I'll answer that in a moment. We have stood in this house and outside this house, and we have shared with the nation our transformation plan, the UNC transformation plan, with matters relating to dealing with matters for a better quality of life, for reduction for prices, for the creation of jobs. We talked about the establishment of a food security fund. So a lot of that is out there, and time will not permit me to deal with that today. But let us take note. And one of the preambles in the motion deals specifically with fuel prices. Whereas the consistent increases in fuel prices have further negatively impacted the cost of living, we say the government has betrayed and broken the socio-economic well-being of our nation through the decimation of affordable food prices. I want us to remember 6 fuel price increases in 7 years. This government has imposed 6 fuel price increases in their 7 years of office. 6. And that meant 6 times you've increased the price of fuel. Not once, not twice, not even 3, but 7 times since they came into office. Imagine a nation that was once the energy capital of the Caribbean, a nation with its own refinery, a nation which sold fuel to the entire Caribbean, has now resorted to these increases in the price of fuel in 7 years. In recent months, the minister has been boasting about his fiscal surplus. He boasted about the country earning more than expected revenue in the last fiscal year. But what did the people of the nation get? They got an increase in the price of fuel again last year. When we left office, the price of super fuel was $2.70 per liter. Do you know what it is today, Honorable Madam Speaker? From $2.70 per liter, it is now $6.97, almost $7. When my government left office, the price of diesel was $1.50 per liter. Do you know what it is today? Today it is $4.41 per liter. I mentioned it before that when the price of fuel goes up, every single item of expenditure goes up. The we must remember, was a return on investment to the owners of, Subsidy was investment to the owners of oil and gas, that was the citizens. It was part of our patrimony. The whole plan was to share the nation's wealth with citizens, and this is where you got the subsidies on fuel. This is where you had low electricity rates, low water rates, because it was felt that that patrimony, that wealth should be shared with all the citizens of our land. The country must understand that the reason the price of fuel increased, it was not due to any war or the pandemic. Nothing to do with that. This government began removing the fuel subsidy years before pandemic, years before the war. They were already moving that subsidy and, of course, putting it wherever they wanted to spend. So as I have a few minutes left, I want to very clearly support and endorse what my colleague, the member for Chaguanas East, has shared in this chamber. And I just want to quote from a newspaper article, which was dealing with food prices in the region, and where that article showed us very clearly that in other Caribbean nations, their food prices were lower, and they don't have the benefit that we had. So this is an article, Madam Speaker, newspaper. Expect increase in grocery bills as inflation causes price to soar. This is from The Guardian on the 27th of November, 2022. And they give us some prices here. Country products price. Trinidad and Tobago, and they're using a US price to round it off and make it compatible for comparison. Sliced bread, country TNT, $2.21. Price TTUS, $15. They give us a comparison for condensed milk. They give us for Jamaica sliced bread, $4.45. Condensed milk, $3.27. And it continues with other items of prices. However, Madam Speaker, as I started off, I will end. Under this government, food prices have skyrocketed from what it was in 2015 when we left office. Fuel prices have skyrocketed, and the poverty levels have increased, so much so there's a great deal of suffering taking place in Trinidad and Tobago because of inflation, food price increase, fuel price. I commend again my colleague, Vandana Mohit, honorable member for Chaguanas East. As I said before, I endorse the sentiments in her contribution. I thank you very much, Madam.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is expected, Madam Speaker, that members of the opposition would seek to dramatize this issue. That is their job. However, I do detect an element of frustration which must be borne out by the fact that the members opposite will be spending 10 years in opposition, and that can't be nice. So that would be responsible to a large extent for the content of the speeches here today. And, Madam Speaker, for the litany of inaccuracies, irrelevancies, bad information, misinformation, false information, untruths, etc. I listened to the Honourable Member for Siparia and took the opportunity to go and check the Central Bank website. And if one goes to that, if you go to the statistics page on the Central Bank website and you check the prices page, which will give you the index of retail prices for a number of things, for, Madam Speaker, there is a persistent murmur on that side. They're only talking for 2 minutes and they're getting on.
Okay. So, please proceed, Minister of Finance. Having made the point, I'm sure everyone will comply. Please proceed.
You are hopeful, Madam Speaker. Saddam Hussein is screaming again. So let me move on. I went to the Central Bank website.
Madam Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48.5.
Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When one looks at the index of food prices as published by the Central Bank on its website, one goes to the section that says Index of Food Prices, Index of Retail Prices for Food. Because if you go to that website, you will see the Index of Retail Prices for everything, for communication, for transportation, for clothing, etc. But I zeroed in on the Index of Retail Prices for Food, because the member for Siparia made a particular allegation. And if one goes to that, and you scroll all the way back to May of 2010, which is when we had the unfortunate circumstance of that other government, the index of food prices in May of 2010 was 58.0. When we fortunately were able to get rid of the other side, in September of 2015, Madam Speaker, the index of retail prices for food was 105. What that tells us, Madam Speaker, they started again.
On both sides, I would like to hear the Minister of Finance. He doesn't have a lot of time, so let's allow him to use it to the best of his ability. Minister of Finance.
So as I said, the retail index of food prices in May 2010 was 58.0. In September 2015, it was 105. What that means, Madam Speaker, is that under the tenure of the member for Siparia, the price of food in Trinidad and Tobago increased by almost 100%. Those are the statistics, Madam Speaker. Central Bank website. Whereas under our 5-year tenure between 2015 and 2020, the increase in the retail price of food, Madam Speaker, from September 2015 to August of 2020, Madam Speaker, the increase in food prices in that period was only 11%. 11%. The retail index for food increased from 105.0 in September 2015 to 116. I apologize, it was 12%, Madam Speaker. So under our tenure, under our first 5 years, the price of food increased by 12%. Under them, Madam Speaker, for their 5 years and 3 months, the price of food increased by 95%. Those are the statistics. And I thought it was necessary to let the population know that. In addition, Madam Speaker, I know they don't like to hear truth, you know. In addition, Madam Speaker, when I became aware that I would have to contribute today, Madam Speaker, come on.
All right, so, you know, I'm hearing a lot of, I don't know if it's grumbling, but I just want to tell all members, if they want to join the debate, they will get the opportunity. If they want to make an interruption, they know how to do that. All right, otherwise, let's keep the volumes low, stop the running commentaries, and allow the Minister of Finance and all other members in their turn to make their contribution. Minister
Yes, Madam Speaker, when the member for Superior was speaking, I didn't say a word. Now, let us look at, I asked the central bank to do some calculations for me on the true effect of increases in the price of fuel on inflation. There's a lot of misinformation in the system, Madam Speaker. So I asked them to prepare a paper for me, and they have done so. So that the central bank has provided me with the following facts. Fuel prices account for 19.5% of the transport sub-index. This is within the calculation of inflation. And the transport sub-index accounts for 14% of the retail price index. So you have the overall retail price index for the country, which is everything. So it would be food, it would be transportation, it would be communication, it would be clothing, etc. Other household goods and so on, retail price index. So that the transport sub-index accounts for 14.7% of the retail price index. And within the transport sub-index, fuel prices account for 19.5% of that sub-index. This means that fuel prices account for 2.9% of the overall retail price index in Trinidad and Tobago. 2.9%. So in the calculation of inflation, fuel prices account for 2.9% of the total price index. And based on those calculations, the increase in fuel prices has added 1.0% to inflation in 2022. Let me repeat that. 1.0% to inflation in 2022. Those are the facts, Madam Speaker. So let's just leave that be for the time being. I also, Madam Speaker, heard the Honourable Member for Superior say that under our tenure, 60,000 or 65,000, the number changes all the time, 65,000 people have lost their jobs. Madam Speaker, they're at it again. Madam Speaker, I'm asking you. Tell them to stop.
No, just 1 minute. Members, let's get on with this. You know, any member who needs to carry on a long conversation can freely leave and return when the conversation is completed. It's nice to know that you all could converse, but it can't disturb the proceedings, okay? Thank you so much, Member for Oropouche East, for agreeing. Continue.
So yes, Madam Speaker, I went back again into the official statistics. And what is important to understand, that in 2014, the total labor force in Trinidad and Tobago was 658,600 persons. 658,600 persons. In that year, there were 636,900 persons employed. These are official CSO statistics, which would have been published in their day. Let us fast forward now to present day. So the labor force in 2014 was 658,600. In 2022, Madam Speaker, the labor force is now 604,900. So 8 years ago, in 2014, the labor force had in it 50,000 more people, 54,000 more people actually. Let me get the precise number. Yes, 658, 600. It is now 604, 900. So there were 54,000 people in the labor force in 2014 than there are now. And you ask why? It's obvious. We have an aging population, Madam Speaker. People are living longer, so that the number of persons, and Madam Speaker,
All right. They needed to exhale. Please continue.
Madam Speaker, they can't handle reality, you know. When you look at the National Insurance Actuarial Report, and you see the predictions that the National Insurance Fund, unless action is taken, unless urgent action is taken, the National Insurance Fund will be completely depleted by the year 2035. And you dig deeper into that report, you will find that the number of persons employed compared to the number of persons on retirement is constantly reducing, Madam Speaker. You are less people employed, contributing to the system to contribute to people's retirement pensions, Madam Speaker. So that we have 50,000 people less in the labor force in 2022 than we had in 2014. So you have to deduct that 50,000 people from the statistics, Madam Speaker. Because if you're looking at absolute numbers, if you're looking at the absolute number of persons employed, you have to compare it to the labor force. And for those of us who do statistics, for those of us who can do mathematics, for those of us who are numerate, unlike the person who wrote those speeches on that side, obviously when you look at the unemployment rate, which has remained steady at approximately 5% for the last 10 years, approximately 5%, drops to 4, goes up to 5, 4.5, but it is approximately 5% is our unemployment rate for the last 10 years. Why? Because the labor force is reducing commensurate with a reduction in the number of unemployed persons, Madam Speaker. The better thing to do is to look at the number of persons unemployed. That's the statistic you should be looking at, the number of persons unemployed, Madam Speaker. And when you do that analysis, Madam Speaker, you will find that the number of persons unemployed in 2015 was 22,000, and the number of persons unemployed in 2022 is 30,000. So you're only looking at an 8,000 difference, not a 65,000 difference. So it is necessary to debunk the bogus data presented in this House by the Honourable Member for Siparia. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, let's look at inflation. Inflation has two components in Trinidad and Tobago.
I rise on standing order 48-6, please.
Please continue.
Madam Speaker, I know they're new, you know, but they should read. So when one looks at the dynamics, the inflation dynamics in Trinidad and Tobago, what does it tell us? It tells us that after COVID, because we were very fortunate to have a government, Madam Speaker, that was able to reduce inflation from 5%, actually 5.5% in 2015 when we came in. That was the inflation rate. In fact, under the previous administration, the 2010 to 2015 administration, inflation reached a high of 12.04% in 2011, Madam Speaker, 12.04%, and continued at those levels in 2012, Madam Speaker, 9.28%. In 2014, 5.7%. So the country experienced a period of extremely high inflation, extreme increases in food prices under the UNC administration between 2010 and 2015. And that is why I come back to my statistic that the price of food literally doubled under the administration of the member for Siparia. 12% inflation, 10% inflation, 9% inflation. Those were the kind of annual figures you were seeing. We came in, Madam Speaker, and because we had a very prudent approach towards fiscal discipline and monetary policy, we were able to reduce inflation systematically. So in 2016, for example, Madam Speaker, we were able to reduce inflation from 5.5% to 4.6%. In 2017, we were able to reduce it down to 1.88%, Madam Speaker. In 2018, we got inflation down to 1.02%, Madam Speaker. And in 2019, we got inflation down to below 1%, 0.6%. That was the increase in the retail price index in the 2019 period, below 1%. So that when the other administration was in power, their inflation rate was 12%, 10%, 9% per year. When we came in, we got it from 5 down to 1. And it is only because of the COVID-19 pandemic that we have seen a systematic increase in inflation back up to the 5% range, Madam Speaker. But if you take the average for our period, you will see the average for our last 7 years is somewhere in the vicinity of 3%. So we have managed to control inflation, including food price inflation, to an annual average of approximately 3%, whereas under the former administration, their inflation rate was 10 and 12%. And as I said, the price of food doubled under them. So let's look at the inflation dynamics at this point in time. What are the facts? We had the COVID-19 pandemic. Anybody who had to import essential items into Trinidad and Tobago, including food and other items, you'll have seen the increase in shipping costs. Anybody who follows international news would have seen that the price of a container of goods from China, for example, increased from $2,000, one container, to ship a container from China to Trinidad and Tobago in 2019. The cost was $2,000 US. By the time COVID hit us, it had gone up to $20,000 US, Madam Speaker. You had a 1,000% increase in shipping rates. You had supply chain disruptions. You had disruptions in the staple items in the advanced economies. The price of grain, for example, COVID affected all of that. So we, unfortunately, in Trinidad and Tobago, we import grain. We are a society that eats a lot of wheat-based products. We eat pasta, we eat bread, we eat all of these things that are derived from wheat, roti, doubles. These are all derived from wheat, Madam Speaker. And because of the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic, supply chain disruptions, huge increases in shipping costs, we in Trinidad and Tobago, regrettably, have had to face the brunt of increases in staple foods. We've had to face it, but I am very pleased to say, having looked at world developments and looking at what is going on with shipping prices, I was reading an article just last week, and I'm seeing that shipping costs out of the major metropolitan countries to Trinidad and Tobago, the countries that send us the items that we need, cheese, beef, rice, grain, shipping costs are coming down considerably, and we may very well see it's predicted that shipping costs may come down to the pre-pandemic levels. But still, when one looks at what we've been able to achieve, if one looks at Europe, inflation in Europe is 10%. Inflation in the United States is close to 10%. Inflation in Trinidad and Tobago is 5%. And the reason why our inflation rate is half of the advanced economies, it is half or less than half of many other countries in the world, is because of our macroeconomic policies. We in Trinidad and Tobago, I have seen just this week people with a private agenda demanding that we devalue the Trinidad and Tobago dollar. We're not doing that. because one of the reasons why we were able to reduce inflation from 5% to 1% between 2015 and 2019-2020 was because we maintained a fixed exchange rate. If you look at all the other countries in the Caribbean that have moving exchange rates that float from time to time, you will see that they experience, and in Latin America as well, they've experienced hyperinflation. So if we were allowed our exchange rate to move, we would have immediate hyperinflation. And it is a policy of this government that that is not going to happen. So I want to send that message loud and clear to all those who keep this ridiculous demand on this government that we devalue the dollar. And when I made the point, Madam Speaker, that we have a foreign exchange shortage in Trinidad and Tobago, not a crisis, I thought I was talking to educated people. Because if you are an economist, you will understand the meaning of the word a foreign exchange crisis. And allow me, Madam Speaker, because it is clear to me that members opposite don't know. Or if they do know, they're being deliberately politically dishonest, Madam Speaker. When you speak about a foreign exchange crisis, there are two types. There's a first-order crisis and there's a second-order crisis. A first-order foreign exchange crisis occurs when you cannot manage your balance of payments, when you cannot balance your budget, when you cannot control your expenditure, when all your macroeconomic fundamentals are out of whack and your foreign reserves go to zero. We still have healthy foreign reserves of $7 billion US, Madam Speaker. After 7 years, we have $7 billion US in the bank. We also have a Heritage and Stabilization Fund that has $5 billion US in it. Our current account is in surplus and is expected to be in surplus for the foreseeable future. Our balance of payments is positive. So, Madam Speaker, there's no chance of a first-order currency crisis in Trinidad and Tobago because we are managing our finances well. And everybody is saying that, including the IMF says so. So that's a first-order crisis. What's a second-order crisis? A second-order crisis occurs when people think you're going to devalue. They think you're going to devalue. And that is why I have to come every time I hear this foolishness about devalue the dollar and say, we're not devaluing the dollar. And that's how you avoid a second-order crisis, a speculative crisis where people believe that they go wake up tomorrow morning and hear that the dollar has been devalued. That is not happening under this Dr. Keith Rowley administration. It's not happening. When they come in, they could do what they want. And maybe that will be in the year 2039. So let me go on, Madam Speaker. Let me deal with some issues, because there's a lot of old talk outside there about what the PNM administration is doing and what we are not doing. Let me talk about what some of the things we are doing. I asked the Minister of Energy to give me how much it costs the government to subsidize cooking gas every month. And in March of 2022, the subsidy on cooking gas was $30.6 million. In April, it was $24.7 million. In June, it was $21 million, and so on. The subsidy, the difference in price between the actual price of LPG cooking gas and the price charged to the consumer, the $20 for the cylinder, or $22 or whatever it is, was $228 million. That is what this caring PNM government has spent subsidizing cooking gas for the last 12 months. $228 million. If you go, I heard my colleague from Public Utilities speak about the price of utilities in other Caribbean countries, but you go in another Caribbean country and try to buy cooking gas. You think it will be $20 for a cylinder? No, sir. It could be $200 for a cylinder. That is one of the things that, as a policy position, this government has decided to subsidize that element of fuel, Madam Speaker. But coming back to the issues that have been raised here, I heard a certain noise about property tax. Now, if one takes the average rental for an ordinary person in Trinidad and Tobago, it will be about $3,000 a month. That is what the annual rental value of a property would be, $3,000 a month. The property tax rate is 3% of that. That works out, Madam Speaker, at $90 a month. $90 a month. Let me say that again. The average property tax for the average rental value, because you don't value the cost of the house, you don't value the sale value of the house, you value its rental value. So when property tax is imposed, it will be imposed on the rental value. Let me say that again, because members opposite love to go and take the cost price and multiply it by the 3%, which is just dishonest. It is 3% of the rental. So if you take a $3,000 a month rental, the property tax will be $90 a month. But what is that tax going to be used for? We have already passed the legislation and put into the legislation, the local government reform legislation, that residential property tax shall be collected by and used by all 14 local government corporations. Right now we have 14 corporations, 7 of which are controlled by the PNM, 7 of which are controlled by the UNC. So that means that all 14, including the 7 UNC, will be beneficiaries of residential property tax, which they can use to provide services within the regions. Now, members opposite like to speak out of both sides of their political mouths. On one side, demanding improvement in services provided at the local level, improvement in secondary roads, improvement in local drains, improvement in garbage collection, and so on, improvement in the maintenance of recreation grounds and cemeteries and so on. Members opposite continuously come into this house and carry on and rant and rave and demand improvements in the infrastructure in the local regions. But when this government decides to create a system where every corporation, including all 7 UNC corporations, will be the beneficiaries of residential property tax, which they can then use at their discretion. We ain't telling them what to do. At their discretion, they can use that property tax that they will collect for the maintenance of streets, the maintenance of local drains, the maintenance of recreation grounds, the collection of garbage, and so on, cote se, cote la. I worked it out. There are 400,000 approximately residential properties in Trinidad and Tobago. If we use $3,000 a month as the rental value and $90 a month as the average property tax, $90 a month, it will generate approximately $400 million. That will mean that those 7 UNC corporations will get approximately $30 million per year that they would not normally get to deal with infrastructure for the burgesses. Why are they opposed to this? Why? Why come and yell and scream and say that we want improvement in our local infrastructure, but you don't want to have a revenue stream to support the improvement in the infrastructure? And to counter the commentary made by the member for Chaguanas. Yes?
You have 1 minute of your ordinary time left. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your presentation if you wish.
16 with your permission, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So I heard the member for Chaguanas carrying on and saying, why are you want to attack these people's asset? That is so ridiculous. Nobody's attacking the asset. The house does not stand in the middle of a lake. It is not an island. A property is on a street. It has a drain next to it, and it has a garbage truck that comes in front of it to collect garbage. Who is going to pay for that? If somebody wants to own a property in Trinidad and Tobago and at the same time demand a high level of service associated with that property, the maintenance of their local communities. They demand that, as they correctly do, they're entitled to that, a high level of maintenance of their local community, a high level of maintenance of their street, a high level of maintenance of the watercourses in their area, proper garbage collection, a recreation ground that they could go to that is properly maintained. They demand all of that. Who's going to pay for that? And that is the answer to the nonsense that has been put into this debate by honorable members opposite. The money has to come from somewhere. You can't fix roads and clean drains with jumbie beads. And this is the argument that I will always make when I hear these nonsensical arguments from the other side, Madam Speaker. Nonsensical. So, okay, we won't have a property tax. Well, who fixing the road? How are you cleaning the drain? How are you collecting the garbage? Where does money come from to provide goods and services for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago? It does not fall out of the sky. So that if more money is required to be spent on developing local communities, which I agree should be done, it must be done. More money must be spent on developing local communities and giving everybody in this country, regardless of who they are, where they live, regardless of geography, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of religious persuasion, everybody is entitled to a proper standard of local infrastructure in their community. Where will the money come from? If you can't get it from a property tax, which is a specific special purpose tax designed specifically that when the tax is paid, that tax is then ring-fenced, given to the local representatives and used to upgrade the community. If you're not doing that, what are you going to do? You're going to increase income tax? That is what you want? Increase value-added tax? That is what you want? We're not doing that. The whole world does it. There are so many countries in the world. Every country in the world recognizes that in order to provide a proper standard of living in terms of infrastructure for residents, you have to generate a revenue stream from property tax. The same people over there, all of them have properties in Miami, or most of them, or some of them. I know I could say some of them without contradiction. And when they are called upon to pay taxes on their properties in the United States, or London, or wherever it is, when they are called upon to pay those taxes, they pay it willingly. You know why? Because they understand what the tax is for. So I do consider this argument to be a misplaced argument. And if members opposite do not wish us to collect property tax and give it to UNC corporations to improve the standard of infrastructure in areas now represented by the UNC. Well, come up with a better alternative. Come up with an alternative. Just old political, old talk, Madam Speaker. And let me now go with my last few minutes, Madam Speaker. Let me now go to what this government does for people, because the member opposite tried to claim the school feeding program. For the record, that was commenced by a PNM government in 2002. For the record, when the school nutrition company was established in 2002 under a PNM government, we established this school feeding program. And GATE, I had the honor to be the Minister of Science, Technology and Tertiary Education to introduce the Government Assistance for Tuition Expenses program, GATE. It's we introduced that, not you. And I had the honor as Minister of Health to introduce the Chronic Disease Assistance program, CDAP, where we now provide medication for over 200,000 persons free of charge. Is this PNM do that, not you? We introduced GATE, we introduced CDAP, we introduced school feeding. We introduced free bus transportation. We introduced free transportation on the ferries. Is we do that, not you? So when I look, Madam Speaker, when I look at what the government spends on its social programs, let me just look at the Ministry of Social Development, for example. In the Senior Citizens Grant, Madam Speaker, in 2023, it is expected we will spend $4.1 billion helping over 100,000 elderly people. and is we introduce the senior citizens pension in this country. Is PNM do that, not you. And in social assistance, we are going to spend $360 million, Madam Speaker, and it is the PNM that introduced social assistance in this country. And for disabilities, persons with disabilities, Madam Speaker, $625 million has been allocated. Is we introduced disability assistance in this country? So when I hear these words from the other side, I disagree. It is this PNM government that has increased the personal allowance from $5,000 a month to $6,000 a month to $7,000 a month to $7,500 a month, meaning that 300,000 people in Trinidad and Tobago no longer pay income tax. Is PNM do that? So, Madam Speaker, I reject this motion. Thank you.
Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute today on this motion brought by my colleague, the member for Shoguanas East. And I hope that in the minutes afforded to me, that I will be able to bring this debate back into where it should have been, which is about the rights and the responsibilities, the needs of citizens, and the facts as outlined in the motion. Madam Speaker, before I get into the meat of my debate, I want to treat with a couple issues, just a couple issues, raised by the Minister of Finance. You see, the Minister of Finance wants us to focus on what he wants us to focus on. So he would spend hours, if given the opportunity, focused on trying to convince the citizens to look at the numbers. He would be trying to convince citizens to look at the numbers he wants you to look at, which is the labor force and the number of persons employed. Madam Speaker, I want to look at, number of people unemployed, but I want, Madam Speaker, to look at the facts. And the facts are, we are not talking about the number of people that are we are speaking frankly about the number of people with jobs. Because that is how you measure who have jobs and who do not have jobs. The minister wants you to believe that between 2019 and 2020, 113,000 people died, because that is what the information from the NIB reports that he had to we had to take him to court, threatened to take him to court to bring. 113,000 contributors disappeared. 113,000 contributors disappeared, Madam Speaker. And there's a reason for that. People no longer had those jobs. The minister wants us to focus on 65,000 and 25,000 and 10,000. Madam Speaker, these are official documents. These are official figures. In fact, if the minister were truthful to himself, he would admit that between December 2010 and today, there is still less people with jobs. So even if people died, Madam Speaker, as he is claiming, what happened to the jobs? They just disappeared? They have. They have, Madam Speaker, because under this government and under this minister, persons have lost jobs and businesses have closed down. Businesses have closed down. Entire industries have collapsed. And that's where the jobs have disappeared, Madam Speaker. So the facts are, while the minister wants you to focus on the labor force and so on, we want to prove to you, and we have, Madam Speaker, the figures are official, and the minister himself raised those figures. He tried to shy away from it, but the facts are that there are less people employed today than there have been since 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, even under your term. Jobs are being lost. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I want to treat with is the minister's attempt to be clever with distraction when he started speaking about the property tax. Madam Speaker, the issue is not that people afraid of property tax, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue that people have right now is the methodology. The minister is looking at, and he's clever in his words, or $3,000, the annual rental value. Madam Speaker, what happens if I am not renting my house? I am not renting my house, my mother is not renting her house, and she has to pay as if she is renting her house. She has to pay as if she is renting her home, Madam Speaker. That is wrong. Can you allow me to speak? You have the opportunity right afterwards.
So member, you'll direct your contribution to me and all members. I know this most probably is very exciting, but you all will get your opportunity to make your contributions in time. We can't speak back to the member when he's behind the shield. Okay? Please continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Facts apparently offend substantially
Madam Speaker,
individuals.
we're having a difficult time understanding the Speaker.
What is your standing order, sir?
His last statement, please. 48-1, thank you.
All right. Overruled. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact is that the structure of property tax as exists now, how they are proposing to implement it, is based on what they calculate as annual rental value, whether the homeowner is renting or not. And the point is that it is patently unfair to have somebody pay a tax for an income that they are not receiving. And that's what they are promoting right now. But it gets worse, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister referred to the members on the opposite side, members of the opposition, as being dishonest. The Honourable Minister referred to persons on the opposition bench as being dishonest with regards to the property tax. But here's what the problem is. The Minister stands on the opposite side and advises that corporations, UNC corporations, will be able to get, and his figure was around $30 million. What is the problem with that? Well, I will tell you what the problem with that, Madam Speaker. I can tell you what the problem is. The fact is that the state still controls the funding for local government bodies. So if it is that through property tax that they're trying to push down people's throats, if through property tax they get, the regional corporation gets $30 million more, Madam Speaker, what the government will do is simply reduce the allocation to the regional corporation by the amount of money that they are getting from the central government. So there will be no increase in the allowance and allocation to regional corporations. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, what we have seen is the opposite side. And worse than that, Madam Speaker, and worse than that, we have seen clearly, and information has been brought to the House before, and I would be honored if I have the opportunity, at the next opportunity when you speak about local government, to bring this information again. That clearly shows that certain regional corporations get more money, substantially more money per square foot, and per capita than other regional corporations. There seems to be a deliberate attempt by the government to treat with specific corporations differently and not in a positive light. Madam Speaker, that is unacceptable. But it follows the minister's attempt to create the illusion that things are different under him. Madam Speaker, the minister also spoke about the need for regional corporations to focus. Where else? You live in an area, you're not living in a lake, etc., etc., etc. You need to get services. Where would you get the money from? Madam Speaker, this is the very same minister who has presided over the death of procurement legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. This very same minister. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Legislation was passed in this House. The legislation was passed in this House, and this minister has been holding back the procurement legislation from being implemented. And if they do, Madam Speaker, the procurement regulator, the head of the procurement regulation agency, has already advised that on average $5.2 billion is lost because of the failure of the government to implement the procurement legislation. $5.2 billion. You want to know where to get the money? You want to know where to get the money? They're not going to get that much money from property tax. They're not going to get that much money from increasing electricity rates. They're not going to get that much money from increasing water rates. And all three put together will not get that much money. But instead of eliminating corruption, instead of putting the legislation in place that has already been passed by this House, instead of putting that in place, Madam Speaker, so that they could save $5.4 billion, the government turns a blind eye and wants you to focus on taxation instead. increase taxation rather than treating with corruption that pervades the system right now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister also spoke about GATE and school feeding programs, and only PNM could do that. What he chose to leave out, Madam Speaker, is the fact that in the last 7 going on 8 years, only the PNM reduced GATE. Only the PNM reduced the number of beneficiaries in the school feeding program. Only the PNM, Madam Speaker, reduced the number of persons benefiting from several social grants, Madam Speaker. Only the PNM. He wants to talk about the history. The present fact, Madam Speaker, is the government, under this government, there is substantial frustration, and that is what this motion is about. That is what this motion is about. So I want to remind the minister too, and any ministers that will speak further, Madam Speaker, of the recital part of the motion. Be it resolved, Madam Speaker, that this government call on the government to outline short, medium, and long-term strategies to systematically reduce the escalating and uncontrollable increase in the price of essential goods and services assessed by the population of Trinidad and Tobago. Please, ministers, when you get the opportunity, come here and tell the population what you are going to do to fix the problem. You know, I cannot understand for the life of me. How, Madam Speaker, I am truly disappointed that anyone opposite can deny the facts of this motion. There have been increases in fuel prices. There have been increases in the cost of living. There have been increases in inflation rate. There have been increases in crime rate.
Let's be careful. And I'm so happy that you read out parts of the motion. This motion is dealing with escalating prices of essential goods and services and the cost of living. Okay? So let's keep it there. Okay? Some tangential things were said, and people have to tie it in, but this is not about crime.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for your ruling. Going back to the motion, Madam Speaker, it is a fact that there has been a worsening of the cost of, there have been higher cost of living, a worsening of the standard of life, a higher inflation rate, and that the government has failed to take proactive measures, Madam Speaker, to address those. That is what this motion is about. So all the ranting and the raving of the members opposite, all the distractions of all sorts of other things, the fact is that every member of parliament elected here represents upwards of 25,000 persons. And I challenge any member opposite to stand up. I will give way if you could stand up and prove and say openly, Madam Speaker, I challenge them today to say openly that where they are, their constituency does not suffer from poverty, from unemployment, from increased problems with higher cost of living, that their constituency does not have a problem with higher water rates and water supply and electrical supply. Madam Speaker, the fact is that every single member of parliament here, if they are doing their work on a regular basis, face individuals who will come to them and tell them how difficult their circumstances are. That's a fact. Circumstances are extremely difficult. Citizens right now are suffering. And what we hoped that this government would have come to do with this debate and during this debate is provide some sort of hope that the government, having recognized the facts as outlined in the motion, will come with some proposal, some suggestion that they have recognized this problem and they are seeking to resolve it. Madam Speaker, food constitutes one of the largest components of household budgetary expenditure. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition indicated previously that it works out to about 25 to 29%. Madam Speaker, the Food and Agricultural Organization, the FAO, warned in a March 2023 report, warned that some prices on the world market had fallen, but that droughts, floods, currency weaknesses, foreign exchange crises, macroeconomic factors have caused domestic prices in some countries to remain high and to increase. Now, while Trinidad and Tobago is not on the list of low-income food deficit countries because of how that is defined, there is no doubt in our minds or in the minds of anyone who is living in Trinidad and Tobago that we are in a food crisis. And another government minister, when he presented, openly boasted that he was very happy with the performance of the government in treating with some of the issues that we were raising in this motion. He was very contented that they are doing the right thing. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to a survey. I want to reference a survey, Madam Speaker. It's called the Caribbean COVID-19 Food Security and Livelihoods Impact Survey, Trinidad and Tobago, summary report dated July 2022. This is not us. This survey was conducted by a series of international bodies, and I want to cite their conclusions, Madam Speaker. This is July 2022. Food prices are increasing, and 98% of respondents reported higher than usual food prices. I'm quoting, Madam Speaker. That is one part. Allow me to continue a quotation, Madam Speaker. Nearly 1/3 of the respondents experienced challenges accessing markets in the week prior to the survey, primarily due to a lack of financial means. They didn't have the money. Respondents are increasingly buying cheaper and smaller quantities of food, Madam Speaker. I continue quotation, Madam Speaker. Based on survey responses, half of the respondents, that's 51%, are estimated to be based on the survey responses, Madam Speaker, half of the respondents, 51%, are estimated to be moderately or severely food insecure, and with the lowest income households being the most food insecure. Most people are going without food for an entire day, without eating and skipping meals compared to February 2021. Lowest income households were most likely to resort to negative coping strategies, and the availability of food stocks have deteriorated. More respondents, Madam Speaker, this is the quotation from the study, more respondents are resorting to severe actions, with 72% of them drawing on savings to meet immediate food needs, half of whom reducing expenditures on education and health, and over 1/3 selling productive assets. What that means, Madam Speaker, is that persons today, this is July 2022, and I'll come to current. This is July 2022, where people were saying that they were sacrificing their future in order to make sure that they had food to live today. 14, and I quote again, Madam Speaker, 14% of the respondents have received some form of government support. 14%. So 71% are living day to day, having to borrow money or to dig into their savings deposits to buy food to live or sell off their assets. But only 14% overall of the respondents claim to have received some kind of government support. And the ministers come here today to boast about how much government support and how much money they spent on government support. My colleague for Shogunas East indicated that phase 1, phase 2, people are still waiting on government support for years now. Government support that should have come during COVID. People are still waiting for it, Madam Speaker. The absolute conclusion, Madam Speaker, so that's a failure of the social support system, Madam Speaker, but the absolute failure. The report concludes, and I quote, food insecurity risks are deepening in Trinidad and Tobago, given continued economic impacts of COVID-19, supply chain disruptions, rising inflation, and global reverberations of the Ukraine crisis. It is critical, and this is the advice to the government, it is critical to invest in the strengthening of national and regional food systems, social protection, and emergency preparedness to promote recovery and protect people from future shocks. End of quote, Madam Speaker. This is not me saying this, Madam Speaker. This is an international study published in 2022, and it's a public document which any good, decent, caring government should have grabbed the opportunity to learn from so that they could prioritize their expenditure, prioritize their policies to ensure that these matters are resolved. These matters are issued. And again, this is a collaborative effort, Madam Speaker, between the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, the World Food Programme, the Caribbean Community, that's CARICOM, and the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. It is those institutions who collaborated to provide this information that shows that in Trinidad and Tobago today, in July 2022, 71% of citizens were surviving just barely. They were in a food crisis, Madam Speaker. And the government is fully aware of this report. It's a national document. Like I said, Madam Speaker, any caring government should have taken it and used it to address the problems identified, but not this government. They only care when it is time for election. Only when it is time for election, they could put it in a slogan, in a song, and try to fool the population that they care. But the population of Trinidad and Tobago doesn't believe that anymore. Madam Speaker, minister after minister will probably come here and read their processes, read their prepared public relations speeches to create the perception that Trinidad and Tobago is doing well. The last member who spoke, the Minister of Finance, said that Trinidad and Tobago is doing well. The minister who spoke before him said as well, we are very proud of where we are. Madam Speaker, the IMF said so, we are doing well. But this is 2022, this document is 2022, the same period of time for which the minister was boasting about a $10 billion surplus in 2022. So while these citizens, 71% of the respondents are saying we are barely surviving, we have to give up medical needs to pay for food, we're doing without food for days on end. While these people are saying that, our population, our tax-paying citizens, our citizens are saying that, the minister is boasting about $10 billion in surplus. Isn't that ironic, Madam Speaker? That on one hand, we have a minister boasting of how well the country is doing, and on the other hand, the citizens are crying, desperate and frustrated. One minister came here today to create the perception that, in fact, it was the Minister of Finance, that said that, they're in opposition for 10 years, and that's the basis of the frustration. Madam Speaker, the basis of the frustration that is manifested in this motion comes from the fact that this government has spent over $460 billion, and instead of Trinidad and Tobago getting better, it has gotten absolutely worse. And no amount of public relations spin will change that fact. No amount of blame game will change that fact. And Madam Speaker, before some half-baked junior minister comes to read a speech prepared for him by his more intelligent wife, Madam Speaker, let me say that this information was from July 2022. This information was based on July 2022. And what has happened between July 2022 to current that would have fixed that problem? What would these people, this 71% of the population surveyed, what could have been done by the government? What was done by the government to improve that? Madam Speaker, absolutely nothing. Because if you think things got better, Madam Speaker, despite what they are saying, things have gotten incrementally and substantially worse. Madam Speaker, my source is the Central Statistical Office. My political leader, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, has already made clear, citing figures clearly, to show that there have been a substantial increase in the price of food between 2025 and current. I don't think anybody in their right sense could deny that. A substantial increase in the price of food. In some instances, Madam Speaker, the price of food has increased by over 100%. I want to target now, just between 2021 December and 2022 December, just to show that based on the statistics that was provided by this study, that things did not get better, Madam Speaker. According to CSO tells us, the Central Statistical Office tells us, that in that one-year period, December 2021 to December 2022, there was an increase in the price of food by over 17%, just in that 1 year. Now, you would have heard the Minister of Finance just now give different figures. I don't know where he's getting his figures from, Madam Speaker. We all know that you simply cannot trust anything that this government says. The Central Statistical Office, in a publication which I checked just before I came to this podium, Madam Speaker, in a publication named Retail Price Index, data highlights for December 2022, and members opposite could feel free if they can use the computers to check it. 17% over 1 year, price of food has increased. So if it was this bad for these individuals in July 2022, imagine what a 17% increase in the price of food would have done to them. And it's not just food. Over the same period, the same CSO report also says that transport increased not by the 1% and the 7% that the minister has bandied about today. Transport increased by 15%. 15%, Madam Speaker. Housing, electricity, and water and gas also increased. And that is figures up to December 2022, because the CSO does not have figures thereafter. The point being, Madam Speaker, the point being that we know that 3/4 of the population surveyed was suffering in early 2022. We know that things have gotten substantially worse because food prices have increased by 17%, transport by 15%, electricity, etc., have also gone up. So therefore, these persons are in an absolute worse position now. Now, some minister may come to tell the population that that's not so because the government settled their wage negotiation. 4%, Madam Speaker, 4%. So if it is that you give them 4%, but the costs have now increased by 17 and 15 and 20 and 30%, what you've just done, Madam Speaker, is create a class of working poor. My colleague had a better phrase for it just now, which I don't remember now. But what you have done is created a class of persons who may be working all day and all night and still not be able to have their ends meet. Still be suffering, Madam Speaker. And that's the frustration that was the root of this motion, Madam Speaker. And that was December 2022. What can we look forward to in 2023? Can we look forward to our government actually doing something to help the citizens that we now have established are suffering, and their sufferings and their pressures and their frustrations have now worsened since COVID? What is this government doing? And that's what we had hoped that Minister Imbert and others would have been able to provide here today, and they have not. What is this government doing to tackle that? That's the last part of the recital in this motion. Madam Speaker, what this country can now look forward to is property tax, higher fuel prices, higher electricity rates, higher water rates, and God knows what other penalties that this PNM government will now come and force down the backs of citizens of this country. Madam Speaker, I want to touch a bit on the inflation rate. My political leader has already, the leader of the opposition, Mrs. Posad-Bisesa, has already indicated basically what the inflation rate is. I just want to tie that a little bit more, Madam Speaker. Because if you have a 17% interest rate, a 17% inflation rate on food, what that means, Madam Speaker, that is for 1 year, where you would have had $100 that you would have spent on food in year one, because there's a 17% increase in inflation, you now need $117 to buy the same amount of food, or you have to buy less food. The fact is, and the minister himself admitted it, although he downplayed the value of the inflation, the fact is that inflation has risen substantially. So what is required from a government that is thinking? What is required from a government that is thinking? A government that is caring? Is to find ways of treating with the causes of inflation and treat with it. Instead, the Minister of Public Utilities would stand on the podium opposite and says, tell us, bring your plans, You have been in government for 8 years. If you don't have plans by now, you should not be in government. The prediction by the International Monetary Fund, whom the Minister of Finance referenced himself, and the latest prediction from the World Economic Outlook, which is an IMF document, is that inflation in 2023 is going to continue to be high, leading to continued high food prices. Madam Speaker, public servants today are facing prices. They are facing a reduction in their purchasing power over the period 2015 to current of upwards of 40%, Madam Speaker. A reduction in your purchasing power means that you cannot purchase the same amount of goods and services that you could have. You can only purchase 40% or less. And this government recognizes that, and instead of treating with the facts of inflation, they propose to and gave public servants the choice that they did not have much choice anyway. They forced them to stick with 4%. That means that a public servant is now 38% worse off because of this government not considering the fact that inflation has eaten away so much of their time.
Honourable Member, you have 1 more minute of ordinary time left. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to complete your presentation if you so wish.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would be grateful to access it.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, if you are lucky to have a job, and hundreds of thousands of persons, despite what the members opposite are saying, are currently searching for jobs, and many persons cannot get jobs right now. I have had persons come into my office, Madam Speaker, and I'm positive that members opposite, like I said, if they are true to themselves, will also accept and admit that it is true. You have persons coming with high qualifications, degrees, certificates in one thing or the other, who cannot get a job. But if you are lucky to have a job, then at minimum wage, Madam Speaker, you have to work 1 hour to buy a loaf of bread, 1 loaf of bread. You have to work between 4 and 5 hours to buy a chicken. You have to work 3 hours to buy a can of salmon. Madam Speaker, people are being forced into poverty. Madam Speaker, I want to reference a newspaper article. March 18th, 2023. Trinidad Express, the headline is "Food Prices Remain High." And in this, the Supermarkets Association of Trinidad and Tobago provided some statistics which I find to be very alarming. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to share some of these figures. According to the Supermarkets Association, and they are looking at between March 2022 and March 2023, a pound of cheddar cheese, which was last year $26.95, has gone up to $29.95. Madam Speaker, curry, 500 grams, went from $27.95 to $36.95, an increase of 32%. Country Pride flour, a 2-kilogram package, went from $15.95 to $19.95, an increase of 25%. A box of Cricks, which was priced at $51.95, is now $57.95, an increase of 13%. A crate of eggs that cost $43.95 last year is now priced at $59.95, an increase of 36%. Golden Ray butter, Madam Speaker, that we put in callaloo and everything else, Madam Speaker. Golden Ray butter jumped from $11.95 to $19.95, Madam Speaker, an increase of 67%. And Madam Speaker, the Supermarkets Association provided us a substantial list, Madam Speaker, of products that have increased. So it's not just the 17%, Madam Speaker, because that's the overall. There has been substantial increase in the very basic food products that citizens of Trinidad and Tobago use. Citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, somebody said it earlier today, I believe, that it costs now $100. You have to work all day, Madam Speaker, not $100. You have to work all day to be able to afford a regular meal in this country for yourself and your family. So that means that people don't have money to save. They are literally living day to day. Nothing has gotten better, Madam Speaker. In fact, the facts are, the proof is that it has gotten worse. Madam Speaker, the recital of the motion referenced the fact that the government has not taken any proactive measures to treat with these crises that I just described. The fact is that July 2022, 71% of persons said that they were in a desperate way, had to do without food for days on end, or sell their assets in order to buy food, had to do without medication to choose for food. 71% said that. And from then to now, because of inflation, because of higher prices, because of increase in fuel, things have gotten worse, and the future looks even more difficult for citizens of Trinidad and Tobago because of property tax and increases in the utility rates. We were looking for this government to come with some proactive measures. What we heard today is the government's policy of increasing dependency. They came here today not to talk about diversification, not to talk about new industries, new initiatives, new job creation opportunities, Madam Speaker, not to talk about how they're going to treat with agriculture, which my colleague will deal with, not to talk about how they're going to help farmers treat with issues that they are facing now, Madam Speaker. What they came today to talk about, hampers, grants, food cards. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago citizens, my fellow citizens, are proud persons. We want the opportunity to have jobs. We want the opportunity to earn an income. We don't want a handout, Madam Speaker. We want a hand up. But it is the policy of this government to create dependency. That is why the minister could talk about glibly having water tanks providing to the community and how much money they spend on water trucking. We want waters in a pipe. That's where we want water, not in water trucking. It's an illusion, Madam Speaker. They're talking about digitization and diversification. Well, they haven't spoken about diversification today, but they talk about digitization. Madam Speaker, the proactive measures mean that if you know you want to go down the road of diversification, if you know you want to go down the road of digitization, if you know you want to go down the road of agricultural development, then put money in training. Show us, Madam Speaker, and that's what you're supposed to do today. Show us, Madam Speaker, what they are doing with regards to training, educating, providing the infrastructure to ensure that the policies which they speak so glibly about can actually be implemented. And it's not just public relations. Madam Speaker, we have not seen any such thing. What we have seen, however, is no planning, a Vike method of treating with the future of Trinidad and Tobago. It's all PR, Madam Speaker, and that's not acceptable. Even the food boxes that the minister would have spoken about in October last year, that they promised that they were going to bring, Madam Speaker, we are halfway through the financial year. In fact, we are more than halfway through the financial year, and to date, not a single food box has been provided to a single person in this country. Farmers, Madam Speaker, if you're going to go to food boxes, farmers need to be put on notice. Increased agricultural opportunities must be created for people to farm more, so that when you get into the food box, you are not going to be taking money out of taking supply out of the existing supply. You should be adding to the supply, Madam Speaker. Instead, this government continues its Vike, incompetent, illogical manner of doing things, Madam Speaker. The Minister of both Public Utilities and the Minister of Finance also spoke about comparisons with other countries, Madam Speaker. They spoke about the lowest rates in Trinidad and Tobago, have the lowest rates for electricity, etc. That's great, Madam Speaker. That's wonderful. But that should not be the reason why citizens cannot get electricity now. That shouldn't be the reason why citizens cannot get water now. It should not be the reason, Madam Speaker. It seems that because the ministry has done their field work, and they've come up with the fact that Trinidad and Tobago has low cost for electricity and low cost for water. They believe that they must now raise the price of water and raise the price of electricity above and beyond the means of regular citizens. That is the wrong reason for doing it, Madam Speaker. The absolute wrong reason. And they're also not, while they're talking about prices, they're not talking about delivery. They should be talking about delivery because the quality of service, Madam Speaker, throughout Trinidad and Tobago, both for water and for electricity, is horrendous. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, even the infrastructure is horrendous. Even the situation with education is horrendous. Even the situation with the health sector is horrendous. People are still having to wait years, Madam Speaker. I had an individual come into my office last Tuesday complaining that she was supposed to be serviced with urgent medical attention, and she was being told for a heart problem. and she has been told that she has to come back in 2025. All that time they're suffering, Madam Speaker. That is illogical and irrational, not what we want in a 21st century.
So I'm just reminding you about the substance of this, all right? Please.
What we want, Madam Speaker, as a government, as a country, what we want from this government is a mindset that shows positive movement forward. What this country wants desperately is hope. What they want to see is that a government cares for them. Instead, when they look at the members opposite, what they will see is completely otherwise. They will see a government whose only focus is finding ways to pick their pockets, to tax them over and over.
Okay, so that last phrase, I'll ask you to withdraw it and find another way.
Absolutely withdrawn, Madam Speaker. What they see opposite, Madam Speaker, is a government that does not care about citizens except as a source of funds for 5 years and as a sort of a vote when it comes to election time. That's all they care about. That is all they care about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, I want to remind members that will come afterwards from the government bench, Madam Speaker, through you, of what this motion is. Members, ministers will come and give you figures of all the things that they have done. I urge ministers to come and dispute any of the recitals here, any of them. Dispute any of them. And I'm challenging the ministers because I know that they cannot. These are all facts. And because they are all facts, Madam Speaker, be it resolved that this House calls on the government to outline its short, medium, and long-term strategies to systematically reduce the escalating and uncontrollable increase in the price of essential goods and services assessed by the population in Trinidad and Tobago. And be it further resolved that this House call on the government to take the urgent, necessary action to immediately remedy the negative effects upon those living below the poverty line. That remains valid. It remains a valid claim. Madam Speaker, I want to salute the speakers on the opposition bench who would have spoken before, and I want to fully endorse this motion, but I want to caution, Madam Speaker, the negative effects upon those living below the poverty line is substantial. People are suffering. And when people suffer like this, they may be inclined to get involved in activities which are not healthy for our country. It is for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago that this government stop playing games with the lives of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and focus on trying to implement policies which will improve the state of being, the standard of living, and the quality of life of Trinidad and Tobago citizens. If they cannot, if they have no ideas, if they have no clue about what to do, as they have clearly demonstrated over the last 8 years, then what they need to do is resign and call elections now. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Madam Speaker, I want the opposition to remember that are you hearing me now? Okay, good. I want the opposition to remember that facts are stubborn things and they won't go away. A significant fact that must be highlighted is that this government, led by Dr. Keith Rowley, continues to proactively invest in the people of this country to ensure that they have a good quality of life. But before delving into the details of the government's programs, strategies, and policies aimed at assisting the vulnerable and poor in our society, it is crucial to acknowledge the current socio-economic climate, which has been worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic, and the implementation, of course, of lockdown and other public health and safety measures to safeguard both lives and livelihood. According to the World Bank, the global poverty rate fell from 36% in 1990 to 10% in 2015. And based on these numbers, everyone was optimistic that the world was making progress in reducing the poverty rate. However, No one catered for the pandemic and the drastic changes it brought to life as we knew it. As you recall, the WHO declared COVID-19 a public health emergency of international concern on January 30th, 2020. And a mere 2 months later, it was characterized as a pandemic. By then, the International Labour Organization estimated that nearly half of the global workforce was at risk of losing their livelihoods due to the pandemic. So as more data became available, it was feared that the world's poorest people could take up to a decade to recover from this pandemic. Moreover, it was estimated by the World Bank that the pandemic pushed an additional 88 to 115 million persons into extreme poverty in 2020 alone, an increase that brought the number of new poor to between 110 to 150 million, with the total number of persons living in extreme poverty rising to between 705 to 729 million persons. So, Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago was not immune to these shocks or spared the hardships that the pandemic brought to the world's doors. There is no denying that COVID-19, which is still very much with us, contributed significantly and negatively to global poverty rates. But the government did not just throw its hand in the air and let nature take its course. We recognize and understand the numerous factors, including economic inequality, unfair distribution of resources, and of course, natural disasters, which can change the trajectory of anyone's life in a very short space of time. So we continue to put in place measures that catch our poor and vulnerable even before they fall. And when we are unable to do so, we are ensuring that there are measures in place that will help them to get back on their feet. And for this reason, the government developed a roadmap to recovery that focused on the following. And actually, there were short, medium, and long-term measures. And some of the following areas is focused on measures that need to be implemented immediately, measures to reignite economic activity and ensure social stability, and measures to transform a new economy and a new society. Maintaining the health and well-being of the people of this nation is at the heart of all that we do, and we continue to implement a robust safety net, of course, to cushion the negative effects of COVID-19 on the poor and vulnerable. So, Madam Speaker, even if subsidies are removed or reduced, this government continues to use the savings generated from them to improve the lives of poor and vulnerable persons. It was just 2 months ago that the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services executed the one-off transportation grant, and not the fuel grant as stated by the Member of Parliament for Shogunas East. 175,000 persons who were already receiving senior citizens' pensions, disability assistance grants, and food support received an additional $1,000. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, this was a one-off short-term measure, and this was intended to cushion the impact of the increase in fuel prices as a result of the removal of the fuel subsidy. And many persons, I understand that the Member of Parliament for Shogunas East stated that it didn't do anything. Well, many persons called, and we have recorded, their appreciation for the fact that they got this 1,000 transport grant, which was an additional amount for them. And as a matter of fact, there are persons from your constituency, Shogunas East, who said that they were very happy to receive the grant, and great is the PNM. In fact, it was a double benefit for our senior citizens, because our senior citizens are already eligible for free transport from PTSC. So this was a double for them, because they already can travel on the bus free of charge. And now that 1,000 transport grant is an additional, benefit for them. So individuals and families in need can still access several grants through the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. And of course, I know you all don't like to hear the figures. Why? Because of the fact that they are, evidence And we need to say the figures. Okay, I understand. I heard the two members, Kuban North and Shogunas East, made comments about figures. Yes, we have to quote the figures because the figures, they are proof and they are evidence of what we are doing. So our disability assistance grant is a safety net program where the government provides financial support to those certified as permanently disabled. And they receive $2,000 per month. The children receive $1,500 because we also have the disability grant for children. And our Minister of Finance mentioned the amount of money that was spent, $625 million. And 22,055 adults, 2,956 children under the age of 18 with disabilities, they also access this support. Isn't it the work of a caring government? Public assistance grant is another avenue of social protection by which the government provides financial aid to the nation's vulnerable citizens. And this is for persons whose household incomes are deemed inadequate. And this includes, but not limited to, the unemployed individuals who are unable to work or have little means of supporting themselves. This grant has undergone several changes over the years to meet the needs of our citizens. In February 2015, it was increased by $300, while in January 2019, recipients received another increase by $150. So presently, the monthly payments are as follows: $1,003 for one person, $1,550 for two persons, and as much as $1,900 for four persons. Madam Speaker, in the last fiscal, 16,993 individuals benefited, and the government spent $373,605,000 on this grant. And this is for the poor and vulnerable. This is our public assistance grant. Of course, our senior citizens pension is one of the primary grants utilized by the government for protecting our vulnerable elderly citizens. And these grants provide financial assistance to persons aged 65 and over who meet the qualifying criteria for the grant. This year, a total of $4,118 million has been allocated for the senior citizens pension, and this expenditure will support 108,613 senior citizens who are eligible to receive it. Our food support. And this food support program prevents vulnerable persons and families from falling below the food poverty line by providing grants to purchase basic food items necessary to meet their daily nutritional requirements. So I'm hearing talk about the fact that so many persons are under the poverty line, but our food support program assists in moving persons above that line. The ministry records indicate that as of September the 23rd last year, there were 22,069 households in receipt of our food support grant. This year, the government has allocated for fiscal 2023 $181,539,521 for food support to our citizens. And based on the circumstance of the individual or the family, they can access the temporary, short-term, or long-term food support. Madam Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Shogunas East stood there and gave the impression that this government is not doing anything to help the poor and vulnerable in our country. Through the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, the Member of Parliament, and indeed all members of Parliament, just 3 months ago at Christmas received 200 food cards from the ministry to give to poor and vulnerable persons in their constituency. We are not saying that that is enough because the need varies in different constituencies, but it is an effort by the government to assist the poor and vulnerable, and it must be acknowledged. As previously mentioned by the Minister of Finance, this government removed VAT on an expanded list of food items, and this was done in consultation with the Supermarkets Association, who indicated the most commonly purchased items in the supermarket. So the removal of VAT was done in consultation with the Supermarket Association, and they are the ones indicated which are the ones that the VAT should be removed. And the list was reviewed to determine which items had customs duty and value-added tax on them. The basic food items that were not tax-free were listed for the removal of VAT. Madam Speaker, I move to our urgent temporary assistance grants because we know that sometimes unexpected things happen in families, and in circumstances like this, the government steps in and offers urgent temporary assistance to citizens. These are short-term interventions intended to remedy short-term challenges being experienced by vulnerable citizens. So we cannot say that we don't have short, medium, and long-term, because I will outline them. One of the short-term measures here is our urgent temporary assistance, where persons, in the event of a disaster, there's a clothing grant, dietary grant, education grant, funeral grant, household item grants, medical equipment grants, rental assistance grant, prosthetics grant, school supplies grant. And up to September, a total of 3,087 persons benefited from this grant. And for fiscal 2023, a total of $15 million has been allocated for urgent temporary assistance grant. So as a result of a natural disaster, as we had last year, the clothing grant, household items grant, rental assistance, school supplies grant, and food support are utilized to assist the affected individuals and families to recover lost items and to get them back on their feet as soon as possible. And some of the items under the household items grant are a stove, fridge. The maximum amount paid, though, would not be the maximum amount of the cost. Okay, so this is one of the things that we need to know. It's an assistance. A stove, fridge, bed with mattress, wardrobe, living room set, dining room set, washing machine sets, chest of drawers, kitchen cabinets. And additionally, temporary food support is also provided. Our National Social Development Program provides grants for minor house repairs, materials and/or labor, and materials for sanitary plumbing to eligible citizens who need this support. Madam Speaker, these amenities enhance the standard of living of thousands of our citizens and protect them from the elements and disease. The minor house repair grant is $20,000 in material only, and the sanitary plumbing assistance is $15,000 in material only. A total of $5 million has been allocated to the National Social Development Program this year. SEED, which is a program that is very important because it is one that takes people out of dependency to one of independence. The Ministry Sowing Empowerment through Entrepreneurial Development Program, which we also call SEED, provides a mechanism through which citizens who are considered vulnerable, but who have an interest in starting or improving a business, can gain access to investment funding. And they can either start a new business or expand an existing one. So, Madam Speaker, and this alone can lead to financial independence, self-sufficiency, and long-term prosperity. Would this not lead to a better quality of life for the individual families and their generations to come? 334 applicants received grants last year in the sum of $1,411,153. Madam Speaker, all of these grants are available to all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago as long as you meet the eligibility criteria, persons who are vulnerable. And this is, of course, a long-term measure. Over $5 billion has been allocated to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and most of this allocation goes towards taking care of the poor and vulnerable persons in our society. Madam Speaker, the measures I highlighted were only for the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and there are many that I can speak about. But I'd like to speak about a few others. Food support is also provided for deserving students throughout Trinidad and Tobago through the school nutrition program. Students receive breakfast and lunch to ensure that they achieve a head start in their quest for academic excellence. The provision of school meals contributes to 1/4 and 1/3 of a child's recommended dietary allowances for breakfast and lunch, respectively. Not only do poor and vulnerable families benefit from this measure, but the farmers who need to have a ready market to sell their produce also appreciate this program. For the period October 2021 to June 2022, 871,119 breakfasts and 72,465 lunches were provided. And for this fiscal, over $88 million has been allocated to provide meals for poor and vulnerable students. I would speak about the personal income tax allowance, which we know, and which, of course, is a measure which will help stimulate economic activity, consumption, and sales, because consumers now have more money in their hands because of the personal allowance. It's the third time that this PNM administration has increased the personal allowance, which will put additional disposable income per year into the pockets of over 300,000 individual taxpayers. There are housing subsidies for persons who are vulnerable. Housing subsidies. There's a subsidy for housing and village improvement program. And through the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, citizens or residents of this country can access the Housing and Village Improvement Program subsidy. Through this subsidy, eligible applicants get funding to construct a housing unit with 2 bedrooms from $145,000 upwards. Urban Upgrading and Revitalization Program. This is a home construction subsidy that can also be accessed through that ministry, and it seeks to enhance the housing conditions of low-income households. Persons who are eligible for this grant must be living in an urban settlement that is located on state-owned lands and is desirous of improving their living conditions. The home construction subsidy provides funding of up to $50,000 to assist families with the construction of a new home. Applicants must be 18 years and older, and the household income must not exceed $96,000. An applicant who is the owner of land or who has permission to occupy land and is desirous of constructing a new house will be eligible for a housing subsidy. And the applicant must satisfy, among other things, the requirements for a loan or mortgage, or having completed the necessary work, or by showing evidence of the ability to carry out the construction of the residence. Through the home improvement subsidy of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, applicants can get up to $20,000 per beneficiary household to conduct home repairs. Of course, the household income must not be more than $96,000 per year. We have National Commission for Self-Help. That's another area which provides minor repairs and reconstruction grants, emergency repair and reconstruction assistance grants, and infrastructure development projects. This is another facility that citizens can access. There is also the government-aided self-help housing project. This is another one that is worth mentioning because it's administered under the Ministry of Housing also, and it is part of an affordable and high-quality housing program. Through this program, citizens can benefit from fully developed lots at subsidized prices, 30% of the market value, and can access subsidized mortgage loan from the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited. And they are also able to get pre-approved house plans, technical assistance, and oversight for the construction of these affordable, high-quality homes. Of course, this will be achieved through the combination of self-help and the engagement of small contractors. So, Madam Speaker, additionally to the home improvement and home construction programs, many citizens are enjoying a decent standard of living and better quality of life. And these are many measures that the government has put in place to raise the standard of living of our citizens. This PNM government continues to invest in these initiatives because we believe that they will substantially help empower and transform the lives of individuals and families who access them. And these are some of the long-term strategies that our government is implementing on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago to make them more resilient and resistant to unforeseen negative circumstances, such as the pandemic. We also invested in our youth, because the Member of Parliament for Vancouver North spoke about, what are we doing? Yes, we are investing in our youth. The government is committed to investing in the lives of our future leaders. There are several programs that provide the vulnerable young people with the knowledge and skills they need to lead productive lives and lead them away from a life of poverty and towards wealth creation and independence. YTEP is one, Member for Vancouver North. Through the Youth Training and Employment Partnership Program, young persons are provided with a suite of technical, vocational, life skills, and entrepreneurial training to prepare for employment and pursue high levels of training. The program targets at-risk, unskilled, and unemployed youth. And some of the young persons who are targeted come from underserved communities. For fiscal 2023, over $40 million has been allocated for this program. We have the on-the-job training program. This is another pre-employment program which offers participants between the ages of 16 and 35 an induction into the world of work and focuses on the acquisition of occupational skills. 4,070 active trainees were participating in this program last year. Madam Speaker, young persons are not only getting work experience, they are also receiving stipends that help them to provide their basic needs and contribute to their households. So for fiscal 2023, over $309,395,000 has been allocated to this program. Are these not worthwhile investments that will bear fruit in the long term? Definitely so. And they receive a stipend. There are levels, okay? For CXC, persons with CXC get $3,335 a month. CAPE or A-level, $4,356. Level 3, associate degree, $5,445. Level 4, undergraduate degree, $7,562. Level 5, postgraduate degree, $8,712. So therefore, Madam Speaker, so when we talk about the government is not doing and the government is not, trying to alleviate poverty or trying to keep people away from poverty, what is this doing? If we look at it, all these programs that we have, particularly for the youth, this is what we are doing. There's also the GATE program that was spoken about, and this has been allocated for the government assistance for $400 million was allocated for the government assistance for tuition expenses, which is 2023. The GATE program, we call it, benefits many students, especially those from underprivileged backgrounds who need to work and study at the same time. MIC training subsidy. The MIC training subsidy seeks to facilitate human capital development for the workplace, predominantly in the manufacturing sector. In fiscal 2022, 10 engineers in training and 46 journeyman trainees commenced the program and benefited from this training. Isn't this a program to take people away from poverty? There's also the Youth Agriculture Homestead Program that empowers young farmers to use modern farming techniques. And the young farmers in this program are provided with land that is leased to them by the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Land identified for the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program is located at Faizabad, Field Road, Chatham Dairy Farm, Kendall Dairy Farm in Palo Seco. Other areas that have been identified for this homestead program are Valencia, Grand Couva, Pointe-a-Pierre, Tudds Road, Lopino, Santa Cruz. And this program provides the opportunity for young persons to earn a sustainable income through the sale of produce and livestock. So, Madam Speaker, there are many other youth-based programs that young persons can access. And all of these programs have received substantial allocations for this fiscal 2023. And some of these programs are school transportation services, Serve All Junior Life Centers, MIC craft programs, Helping Youth Prepare for Employment program, HYPE, Multi-Sector Skill Training program, MUST, Serve All High-Tech and Advanced Skills, Serve All's Human Development and Skills Training, MIC National Skills Development Program, Civilian Conservation Corps, Military-Led Academic Training, MILAT, Military-Led Program of Apprenticeship and Reorientation, MIPAT. and we have substantial allocations to these programs to assist our youth to stay away from poverty. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education School Transportation Services provides free transportation for primary and secondary school students to be transported to school. This significantly helps their parents to be relieved of the financial burden of having to get money to send them to school. A total of 50 million has been allocated for the school transportation services for 2023. And this government has taken all of government proactive approach to help individuals, the elderly, families, young persons, and even businesses in this country. And when we look at the number of social protection initiatives that are implemented by this government, it speaks volumes that we are committed to ensuring that no one is left behind. Healthcare. Madam Speaker, someone mentioned about not being able to afford healthcare. You know, citizens have access free healthcare, including CDAP, which costs $6 billion each year. And I repeat, citizens have been able to access healthcare, including the CDAP medication, which costs $6 billion each year. And those in need, cardiac health is available at the public health institutions through the Ministry of Health's Adult Cardiac Program. The Ministry of Health also procures cardiac services from private healthcare providers on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And these include angiograms, angioplasties, echocardiograms, and open heart surgeries. So, Madam Speaker, to date, hundreds access cardiac procedures in the public and private healthcare systems and are alive today because of the interventions made by this government. Madam Speaker, I can continue to speak at length about all that the government is doing to take care of our vulnerable citizens, but I will conclude here and assure the nation that this government will continue to advance its work to ensure that no one is left behind. Notwithstanding our detractors, we will continue to invest in all our citizens to ensure that they have the best possible opportunity to develop their talent, skills, and realize their true potential. We will continue to implement social protection measures that will help empower and transform their lives. We will continue to nurture a caring society. We will continue to create a better Trinidad and Tobago for you and me. And Madam President, I thank you and members of this House for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. I thank you, the people of this great nation of ours, for giving us the opportunity to serve you. I thank you.
Member for Princess Down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate currently on a motion brought by the member for Shogunas East. Madam Speaker, on the onset, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the member for Shogunas East for bringing a relevant and timely motion that reflects the pulse of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, especially against a backdrop of high levels of unemployment, despite the charade and the dance given by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. The reality on the ground, Madam Speaker, is that everyone knows somebody who's unemployed in this country and in every household, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in many instances, it is more than one person in a household that is unemployed. Madam Speaker, this motion comes against the backdrop of high levels of crime. It comes against the backdrop of high levels of cost of living and high levels of food prices, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, after listening to the contribution made by the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, I want to say to the Honourable Member, the Minister that is for Family Services and Social Development, that the Minister spoke in glowing terms of the amount of work that is being done in that ministry. But Honourable Minister, you are speaking about a broken system that does not take into consideration that a lot of the programs and policies geared towards those in this broken system are not reaching them. And that is the reality that exists in Trinidad and Tobago today. I heard the Honourable Member for Lopino Bonaire West was at pains telling us this is not the Trinidad and Tobago we know. Madam Speaker, it really made me sit back and reflect on what the member for Lopino Bonaire West was really saying to Trinidad and Tobago. Because the reality of a minister of government earning a salary of $40,000 to $50,000 a month, advising the population to withhold from eating macaroni pie 2 and 3 times for the week, is a far cry, Madam Speaker, from a mother who does not know where she will be able to get money to put food on the table or buy milk for her child, as indicated by the member for Chaguanas East. You see, Madam Speaker, I also heard the Minister of Finance indicate that the opposition was speaking on both sides of our mouths. And I want to remind the member for Diego Martin Northeast, the Minister of Finance. We were not the ones saying the economy is booming. We were not saying that it is a turnaround, and in the same breath then say things are not as good as it was and brace for rough seas. That was the member for Diego Martin Northeast, Madam Speaker. So when the honourable member wants to speak about the opposition speaking from both sides of his mouth, I think the honourable member for Diego Martin Northeast really was misguided and truly was reflecting on the position and the modus operandi that he adopts when he speaks to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, not knowing if they're going or they're coming. Madam Speaker, the member for Lopino Bonaire spent half of his contribution reflecting on things that was said by the member for Chaguanas East, the mover of the motion. And instantly after listening to the rhetoric of the member for Lopino Bonaire, I could not help but think of the words vacuous, empty, vacant to describe the member's contribution. And I simply could not believe that was a member of the cabinet of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. But then when I reflected on who heads that cabinet, I was not entirely surprised, Madam Speaker. You see, Madam Speaker, the honourable member for Lopino Bonaire West told us that the member for Chaguanas East was reading a speech of hate, and the member was reading things that were evil. And those were the exact words, hate and evil, used to describe a motion that was brought by the member for Chaguanas East, looking after the interests and the welfare of every man, woman, and child in this country, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, the member for Lopino Bonaire West, I'm not surprised by what came from that member in terms of what passed as his contribution. Because that honourable member is singing for a place at the table while he describes the member for Chaguanas East presentation as evil. But I want to remind the honourable member for Lopino Bonaire as what is really considered to be evil. You see, when one seeks comfort in things like the Lekoto Jombi, that could be considered evil. You see, Madam Speaker, when the member speaks about what is evil, I want to remind the honourable member, evil is when a prime minister can stand up on a platform and say that the last man that put him out of a cabinet, you know what happened to him. That is evil, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to remind the honourable member for Lopino Bonaire West, evil is when you could take bread and butter out of the mouths of babies and come here to pontificate to poor innocent citizens about whether to eat macaroni pie once or 3 times for the week. That is evil. Madam Speaker, evil is when you are drinking champagne and eating caviar, but totally oblivious to citizens' pain and suffering. That is evil, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, evil is when you take away laptops from children and leave them ill-equipped to survive in a society that is determined by technology, Madam Speaker. That is evil. Evil is when you support the denigration of women by supporting comments about advocacy or women's rights as geometry by a prime minister. That is evil, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Evil is when you come to this house to talk about members of parliament conducting themselves, and they must conduct themselves with dignity and honor, but jump up and down when your leader, Madam Speaker, displays disgusting attacks on sitting members of parliament talking about lice-headed and persons with fleas, describing those members of parliament, Madam Speaker. That is evil, Madam Speaker. That is evil. Madam Speaker, after listening to the presentation made by the member for Siparia earlier and reflecting that yesterday we observed 120 years of the water riots right here in this parliament when the Red House was burnt to the ground 120 years and 1 day ago, Madam Speaker. I listened to the contribution of the member for Siparia reflecting on that situation in the context of the Minister of Public Utilities at a function and a conference that was dedicated to water and water conservation in Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, it was really the Guardian editorial of yesterday that put things into perspective with respect to what was being uttered by the member for Lopino Bonaire West.
I don't want to be described as evil, but...
Leader of the House.
Thank you so much. I don't want to be described as evil, Madam Speaker, but I beg to move that the House be adjourned. And in my most angelic voice, Madam Speaker, I beg, now that is evil. I beg to move that this House be now adjourned to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, Honourable members, before I put a question on the adjournment of the House, members will remember that on Thursday, March 30th, 2023, our country will observe Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day. I now invite members to express greetings. Member Falah Hoketa Talpara.
Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure as the resident spiritual Baptist in the House to bring greetings on behalf of the government to the spiritual Baptist community of Trinidad and Tobago, as once again we celebrate the liberation of the spiritual Baptists to worship freely in Trinidad and Tobago following the repeal of the legislation that prohibited the practice of the spiritual Baptist faith. Later this week, on the 30th, spiritual Baptists from throughout Trinidad and Tobago, and indeed the celebrations have now extended to our neighboring islands as delegations visit from several of the islands to celebrate with us here in Trinidad and Tobago. And we will all join with the community in this celebration at various locations throughout the country. It is a signal that in this country, as our anthem says, every creed and race finds an equal place. So on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, to all my brothers and sisters who are practitioners of the spiritual Baptist faith, we wish each and everyone would have a great and grand celebration, and that we will be the light to this part of the world and far beyond, that there is freedom of worship in Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Naparima. We're now going to get greetings from the member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the political leader of the United National Congress and the 300,000 people that we represent to bring greetings to the spiritual Baptist community, to celebrate the annual public holiday, which is celebrated and commemorates the repeal on the 30th March 1951 of the 1917 Shelter Prohibition Ordinance that prohibited the activities of the Shelter or spiritual Baptist faith. Madam Speaker, it was in part due to the significant effort put by Albert Gomes, who pioneered the repeal at that time, the equivalent of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. We celebrate this tenacity, the strength, the courage of our spiritual Baptist brothers and sisters to persevere despite severe discrimination to ensure that their beliefs never died and morals were passed on for future generations. After the repeal of the ordinance, our spiritual Baptist brothers and sisters renewed their spiritual enlightenment to uplift our nation. Their practices revitalized our way of life, and their faith offered renewed hope for our nation. It was because of this that a former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and a leader of the United National Congress decided that this should be celebrated as a part of the ongoing development and commemoration of the spiritual and community development of Trinidad and Tobago. It was because of we on this side that we gave a primary school to the spiritual Baptists. We gave also an early childhood center. And to the London Baptists, the most modern primary school at the time, Fifth Company Baptist School, in the year 2000, was given to the London Baptists, who joined the spiritual Baptists in terms of the struggle against the domination and elimination of the cultural and spiritual development of that group. So to that group, we need their spirituality, we need their courage, we need their tenacity to take us through these difficult times. So on behalf of those on our side, on this side, we wish our spiritual Baptist brothers and sisters a happy spiritual celebration of the Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day. Thank you.
Honorable members, I too would like to offer greetings to the Spiritual Shelter Baptist community as they prepare to celebrate Spiritual Shelter Baptist Liberation Day. Honorable members may recall that the Spiritual Shelter Baptist Liberation Day was declared as a national holiday in Trinidad and Tobago in 1996 to commemorate the 1951 repeal of the Shelter Prohibition Ordinance of 1917. The Spiritual Shelter Baptist faith emerged in the West Indies as a consequence of the fusion of the religious rites of slaves from the Congo, Dahomey, and Yoruba tribes with Christianity, the practice of which was suppressed for several decades. This holiday therefore signifies the importance of freedom of worship and the liberty of religious expression, which are important human rights which the Spiritual Shouter Baptists were denied. The history behind the Spiritual Shouter Baptist faith serves as a powerful reminder to all members of the importance of resilience and determination, specifically the determination of a community to thrive despite all odds. Today, the Spiritual Shouter Baptists commemorate their faith with vibrant song and dance, propelled by bells and drums, all relics of a once oppressed religion. As we celebrate with our citizens of the Spiritual Shouter Baptist faith during this season of Lent for Christians and Ramadan for Muslims, may the principles of unity, inclusion, and respect for diversity continue to order our steps as a nation, and may we never take for granted that fundamental human right and freedom enshrined in Section 4H of our Constitution, freedom of conscience and religious belief and observance. I therefore take this opportunity on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and on my own behalf to extend best wishes to the Spiritual Shouter Baptist community. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.